Episode 115, Red Leaf Retrocast. It's the proper show. Episode 115 is 5-star final, Wrestle Princess 3. Gives you a good indication what's happening later. Ricky, we're back for another.
Hi, I'm here.
Boy, I've been busy. Yeah, I got a beer. I'm ready to talk some wrestling, some fake sports, some good sports.
Let's do
Totally not watching another one of my favorite teams choke in the playoffs.
Well, I am missing my favorite team in game one of the playoffs to talk fake sports with you. So,
all right. Well, at least hockey season starts tonight.
Yay, hockey!
Who you got, Rangers or Lightning, taking the first game of the season?
Ooh, I mean, as a Devils fan, I have to go Lightning.
See, I think the Rangers are going to be a better team this year than the Lightning.
I do too, but I'm not allowed to say things like that.
Well, I mean, the Devils are still rebuilding, but the Rangers, man, you know, opening night, you know, that opening week is always kind of weird results in hockey, so it's just kind of watch what happens, and then you just kind of go for there. But on this show, big agenda, not all hockey talk, obviously. I'm going to kind of work backwards here, because it's going to be fun. At the tail end of the podcast, Tanner from Headlock Talk, we're doing WCW Nitro. We're 2 weeks into the Russo era. Maybe not so much Russo yet, though. But the shows are, don't you worry, they're still bad.
Yes.
So there's about an hour on that. Then there's an hour of me going over 2/3 of the 1993 Legacy of Queen show from All Japan Women, which you can also find on the All Japan Women Destiny podcast feed. And of course, if you're subscribed to the Patreon, patreon.com/redleafretrocast, then you have already had access and listened to the entire Joshi section, which I released early because it was the Stardom 5-star tournament final, and Tokyo Joshi Pro had one of their bigger shows of the year, Wrestle Princess 3. So again, if you wanted access to that early, the whole thing, then it was available on the Patreon. And who knows, maybe that'll be a regular thing, depending on how certain aspects time out.
I love that idea.
Yeah, I figured it'd be fun to do and kind of test it out. Got a couple new Patreons just from doing that, so that was really good. I did the entire 5-star tournament on the Patreon, and that does include everything that you already get promised every month from the Joshi 2010s journey out of the dark ages of Joshi professional wrestling. Good episode just came out today with JPQ guest doing the JWP Tag League tournament from 2012.
Ooh.
And then, of course, the monthly LOPW reviews, which you name me another podcast that's doing Ladies Legends Pro Wrestling from the early 90s.
I've got nothing. I'm pretty sure you're the guy.
I am the LLPW guy. But anyways. But it's fun because I do the research. I read the magazines from Japan, from what's relative, and the Observer's now covering a lot of stuff from the time as well, so a lot more information going around from this era of Joshi professional wrestling. There's a lot of good stuff there. We all learn together, we all watch together, and I kind of do the research for everybody, so then we can follow along with a lot of the wrestlers and what attempts to be storylines. We're still trying to figure that part out. But that's the weird thing about wrestling from the 90s. The storylines aren't, maybe not there. Maybe they are. Who knows?
Yeah.
Main part of this podcast, we got indie wrestling talk. I'm going to do something different at the front end here, but then we still got AEW. They had the anniversary show. They had the fallout from Grand Slam. A big Rampage show with Battle of the Belts. And then New Japan actually ran a show. And we're going to do that before AEW. It was the Declaration of Power. Have you been able to watch that?
I did not. I've been very busy.
Well, hey, have you been trying to buy a house?
Not this year.
Oh,
no.
well,
and I do know how much time that takes. So I definitely appreciate.
I am unbelievably stressed.
Yeah, I get it. How is that coming along? Do you have a
the closing date is still October 28th, so you know. only less than 3 weeks away now.
Amazing.
Hopefully, that is the thing. I got sent a bunch of papers right before we started this, but anyways, neither here nor there. Who wants to go first, you or me, for this indie wrestling stuff?
You go first.
Okay, so I'm actually front-loading Dragongate and WXW right now, because both promotions are pretty tough to watch right now, at least from a fandom perspective. Okay. And I think I can kind of summarize it pretty quick. Dragongate, they had Gate of Victory. They're gearing up for Gate of Destiny, which is in November. But they're doing weird things where all their wrestlers aren't in the promotion. They're all wrestling abroad, such as the guy who's challenging for the title in Yamato. He's out in like Prestige Wrestling and the like, GCW. I believe he even like took a fall or two. So it's very strange what's happened with Dragongate, with a lot of their wrestlers now on the American indies and the indies in Mexico, dropping falls left and right. So that kind of shows you the hierarchy of where Dragongate is, I think. It's just very strange to see the guy that's going for the Dreamgate title not being a protected asset, I guess. But the build is still pretty good, nonetheless, if you kind of ignore that. If you're just looking at it from the perspective of within Dragongate, they're still doing well, at least in this storyline aspect. So Gate of Victory was like kind of okay. It's still a youth movement going along. Ben K's got a new character, which I really like. I'm really into that. It's like he took a charisma pill and now he has it all of a sudden.
I mean, that's great though.
Yeah. I recommend checking out a lot of Shun Skywalker's matches, just kind of all over Mexico and the indie scene, wherever you can find them. He just had a banger of a match against Dragon Lee that you can find online.
Ooh, I definitely will try to find that, because he has been hitting some of the indies that I watch regularly, and I am very into him. So yeah,
he's incredible. The Dragon Lee one specifically is one definitely to check out. They chop the hell out of each other. There's a sequence where they trade Germans for like a minute straight. Big kickouts. It's a 3 out of 3 match. Highly recommend. That's Dragongate. Over in WXW, they're struggling, at least from the, I guess, talent perspective. I've spoken about how WXW just doesn't have a lot of high-end talent right now. They're trying to do storylines around Tristan Archer. Whatever. I'm just kind of watching it with out of the corner of my eye, essentially, and just trying to see what's happening. They just had Tag League. I haven't been able to watch any of it, unfortunately. Not a lot of time there, but I did, as a women's wrestling fan, I did go out of my way to get the Femme Fatales 2022 tournament done.
Okay.
So they haven't done this in about 3 years due to COVID. Okay. And past champions are Miko Satomura, Lufisto. So it's a pretty important tournament in terms of women's wrestling. But this year, because of, and I've spoken about how there was an article from the directors of WXW that said it's very tough to book people. It's very expensive to just travel. Like, the whole deal is just more expensive and tougher to run. Right. And the women's wrestling scene is going through a big change in terms of developing talent and kind of talent not wanting to get out of the way, I'll kindly put. But in this tournament, it's a lot of names you've definitely never heard of kind of situation, or it's all rookies. Okay. There's only a couple people you probably recognize. One of them is Killer Kelly, and another is Masha Slamovich. Okay?
Fantastic. Yeah.
Throughout the card, you had Ava Everett. She came back for Yeah, she faced Masha. Shaz McKenzie was in a wacky three-way that was just atrocious. Let me put it this way. This tournament, there was like 10 matches. Maybe even a few more, actually. The best one was the finals, and I barely went 1 out of 3 on it.
Okay, 2 questions.
Okay.
Who was in the finals?
So the finals was Masha against a Swedish wrestler by the name of Alice Inc. And if you've been paying attention to my Twitter, there was one day where I made a whole thread on Alice Inc. Okay. So the Twitter was at BowlingJD. It was like a Thursday afternoon, and I went nuts researching this woman because I watched the finals, and I watched. I found like a few of her matches on YouTube, so I put the links in there. I even found a couple others. This woman's the real deal. Okay. She's not even had 50 matches. She's a straight rookie, and a lot of these people in this tournament were straight rookies. The commentary can tell me they've been wrestling 4 years. When you include COVID and nobody has like 60 matches yet, they're rookies. Right. Okay.
Sure.
You know, but Alice Inc. She is. Imagine this: Swedish Malachi Black.
Yes. Okay? I love it.
Now, again, I preface this. She's a rookie, so there's a lot of growing pains she's going with, but the way she moves, a lot of just instinctual movements, and her martial arts, Taekwondo type background, or Muay Thai, very appealing. She has a very unique look, and it's not just the tattoos. Her offense is very strike-based, turning into very unique submission holds. She has a good fire to her, and in this WXW tournament, they booked it where if she hits the high roundhouse kick, you're knocked out. So that was kind of cool from a booking perspective, and it really hid her. They tried to hide her flaws more than anything with booking her with this knockout kick. Okay. Again, she's a rookie. She has a lot of growing to do. But she's clearly broken out of Sweden. I saw a bunch of her matches from Body Slam. They booked her strong. They clearly booked her strong in WXW because she goes on to win the women's title, during Tag League. Oh. So she wins this tournament, then wins the women's title there, and now she's taking bookings in the UK. So she's breaking out in Europe right now. She is a name to look out for, and who knows? She could retire next year. This is women's wrestling after all. You never know what's going to happen. But as it stands in this moment right now, I am very high on the potential of Alice Inc. And so much so that I'm putting her on the top 25 prospects list, and you will for sure see this Femme Fatale's finals match as a piece to write about, that I'll be writing about. Very good. Masha was a complete professional throughout this tournament. Made her look pretty strong, and she didn't have the best opponents. There was this one wrestler called Anastasia Bardot from France. Big woman. She can't wrestle for more than like 4 minutes, unfortunately. Let's see, who else was kind of terrible? Killer Kelly she has regressed to degrees that I am very sad to say.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But I mean, she took so much time off. Maybe she'll get it back.
She doesn't move like the same wrestler. My theory is she's way into trying to figure out TV wrestling, and maybe that's what's changed her style so much, because that's what it really came off as. But I'm watching her against Eva Kolaski, who I'm pretty high on as a prospect, but she's kind of trying to figure out her heel shtick and how she should move. That match didn't work out very well. Killer Kelly was also against Alice Inc. in the semifinals. Also didn't work out well, at all. Let me put it this way. Alice Inc. tries a Hurricane Rana spot, and Killer Kelly doesn't know what to do, and she falls sideways. So something is wrong with Killer Kelly in the ring right now.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So the second question I had about this tournament, because I haven't seen her since she went to Europe, was how did Ava Everett look?
I mean, she looked like Ava Everett. Lanky, kind of moves weird in the ring. Maybe hits a good cutter every now and again, but
she does have a good cutter.
Yeah. Well, when she's not trying to go off the top rope and brain herself, sure. She tends to over-rotate on that a lot. But
did she look like her time in Europe helped shape her at all?
Well, I would say the first time she tried to do a heel shtick over there, like many months ago now. This time she was just kind of in for a few dates, and she still looked kind of the same. I will say it was one of the better matches, but again, not a high bar. Let's see. And then just prospects I've been keeping my eye on in general, from Orshi. She's a Hungarian prospect. Very good build. She speaks like three or four languages. She even works for WXW. And then Calypso is another one. Where's she from? Calypso is from France as well. She's 22. She looks like she has a little bit of potential. She was in a women's three-way match with Amal and Baby Allison. Can't say that match was any good, but there's like, you always try to look for the flashes of positive.
Sure.
Yeah. Anyways, Alice Inc. Keep that name in your head and keep an eye out for her. She is one I think would do very well touring as much as she can in the UK. Keep getting WXW dates, and the sooner she can take I can't say like US tour, but if she can get to like an AEW Dark taping and start refining certain aspects, because that's what AEW Dark I think does well, is people like and young like Alice. How old is Alice? She can't be that old. Nah, it doesn't say how old she is. Anyways, she looks like a Viking, which is kind of cool too.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you watch any of Impact Bound for Glory?
No, so I was going to try to watch it illegally the day after, or sometime the weekend after, and I could not find one to download. So
should have asked your good friend JD over here.
We went to all of your regular places. I didn't go to any of your drives, though. I didn't check to see if it was on any of your drives.
Okay.
But I wasn't even sure if there was anything worth watching. I just thought I would enjoy it. So tell me about Mount
Impact fans will tell you that a lot is worth watching.
Sure.
Outside non-Impact fan, such as myself, would say the main event was pretty good. Did like that. Just not into...
Remind me what the main event was?
It was Josh Alexander against Eddie Edwards.
Oh,
but
okay.
A very Impact wrestling match.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure do.
Yeah. So I thought that was okay. Pretty up there in terms of Impact standards. And I would say avoid the Mickie James Mia Yim match. Quite bad. Quite slow. Very much quicksand. Think of like a 1985 NWA match.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, very, very much not of this time. And Mickie James she's done.
Yeah. Well, isn't that the trajectory she's on anyway? She's doing all of these. She's putting her career on the line, and all. She's
going to win the title, and then we're like, or so. There's two things that's going to happen. She's going to get all the way to the title against Jordynne Grace, and she's either going to win it and complete her last rodeo story, or Jordynne Grace is going to beat her ass and put her in the dirt, which is, I think, the story they're probably going to go for, because the Masha's... It wouldn't be bad, because if the goal is to get Jordynne Grace as strong and over as possible, that would probably be a good idea. The match with Masha Slamovich is getting buzz among certain women's wrestling fans.
Okay.
Impact fans are saying it's the best knockout match ever of all time.
Sure. Let me tell you, that match is the reason why I did want to watch the show. Not because I had heard anything about it, but just my expectations were pretty high, just to see those two work together.
Yeah, I mean, they've spent about a year and a half building up Masha Slamovich. I would say pretty well. I would have liked to see a lot more like actual matches out of Masha in Impact. Just a lot of squashes, and then the alley catch match was like an abomination hardcore GCW match that you're just like, what is this doing on TV? kind of situation.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know she wrestled in Impact at all. Was that her debut?
That was alley catch's debut, yeah.
And then who was her opponent?
Masha.
Wait, I thought Masha had two matches?
No, this was on Impact the week prior to the pay-per-view.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I got confused.
But in terms of, like, I don't think they did build Jordynne Grace very well at all getting to the title, so now they got to make her strong with the title.
Sure.
And if that's the goal, I think they did the job well enough because of how they presented Masha. Again, I think they should have presented her in the ring better, like with maybe some longer matches, some better opponents. But she did the thing that they were getting over was she beat all her opponents quick, and then when it came to a hardcore match, it took a while. And Jordynne Grace she looks phenomenal, right? She moves better. She's gotten better in the ring because of her stature. She can just toss people around. Very cool, very unique. She's really good. Okay. My issue with the match in general was the goal was too much focused on Jordynne Grace being this unbeatable strength monster that it was like it was intentionally holding back Masha from really going off as a actual challenger. Like, they hit big moves, but when it came to things like striking, and maybe this is actually an aspect of Masha that she needs work on in her game, of how to make someone look in the way presented on TV that they wanted. I'm not sure. I mean, I was really wrapping my head around kind of what this match was missing. But anyways, the point being that Masha was clearly holding back, and it was by design to make Jordynne look as strong as possible. And they did a few good, cool moves, big impact, no pun intended. And it didn't really have a lot of drama at the end. It was just very emphatic, to the point. Jordynne Grace wins. She's slayed the monster. Get out of her ring. It's the Jordynne Grace era. Which, again, if that's the objective, I think they accomplished that. I think they accomplished what they did. Just wanted a better match, personally. I went 2 out of 3 on it, just to be clear. Okay. I went pretty high. It is, in my opinion, the best Impact women's match this year. It's one of the better ones that have taken place in North America. I can't say it's the best. I've seen a lot of matches that are better, but this was definitely good, and people should check it out.
All right.
And that's what I got from everything outside of AEW New Japan.
All right. So, Friday night, October 8th, I went to Lucha Libre and Laughs. It was headlined by Royce Isaacs and Minoru Suzuki. Let me tell you, I've talked about this promotion before, and how, the crowd is always a mixed crowd between wrestling fans and comedy fans, and people who aren't, fans of really either or anything, or don't even know why they're there. But the crowd was insanely hot. There were definitely a lot of people who were there for the wrestling this time. I would say probably 3/4, maybe-ish. It felt like everyone was there for the wrestling. Obviously, this is a big deal to have Minoru Suzuki in our city. So that was really exciting. I mean, just the excitement, the tension was palpable all night. The first half of the show was, fine. Let's see. So the rest of the card, and I don't remember the match order, but we saw, Edith Surreal's flight was canceled. So there was no women's championship match, but it was supposed to be a 3-way. So they just took the other 2 women from her match, and they just had a one-on-one contest, and it was good.
Okay. That's always a good audible to have.
Yeah. It was the right move, just to take Edith out and have these 2 go one-on-one. It was Lilith Grimm, who was a local competitor, and Stormy Renee, who is gaining some traction on the indies. I don't remember where she's from or other promotions I've seen her in, but I know I've seen her outside of Colorado, on promotions outside of Colorado. Sure. I don't know, again, I don't know which area of the country, probably Midwest, I would assume.
Oh, just to interrupt you.
Yeah. Have
you seen Sawyer Wreck?
I have.
Okay. What do you think of her?
Okay. So I knew her name before I went to Chicago for All Out. She had a hardcore match at the GCW War Games show.
Yep.
Against this little tiny woman who was also just hard as nails.
Well,
I mean, not again, you and I have talked about how we feel about GCW. I would not, but enjoyed that. And then so I did watch GCW night 1, night that Moxley and Nick Gage had their match. And she had a match against Allie that day, which was fun, but I wouldn't go out of my way to watch again. What are your feelings on Sawyer Wreck?
I think she's super unique. There's certainly potential to be had. I mean, how many women are like 6'6" out there?
I know.
I know. Very tough, I think, for her to learn with her height comparative. But I watched her have a match in JCW again with Jungle Kiona.
Okay.
Yeah. Jungle Kiona, of course, lost. Therefore, the memes began. And there was actually a couple people on Twitter very upset that we were memeing Jungle Kiona losing. Like, we were disgusted by it. It was just kind of... Yeah, nobody had the heart to tell him. It's like, no, it's just because we make fun of her losing all the time.
Yeah.
Because that was her shtick in Japan. She never can win the big one. Now she can't even win in, like, Jersey.
Yeah, Sawyer Wreck is incredibly unique.
Yeah, I would like to... It's fine. We'll see how her development goes. It just when I saw Jungle Kiona taking a choke slam through chairs, I'm like, oh, why?
No, why? I know. I would like to see Sawyer Wreck do some more wrestling moves, and fewer. I mean, obviously, I think what she is this hardcore wrestler, which I'm okay with. There's a niche for everybody, but I would love to see her do more wrestling moves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the like when you're on the indie scene, you can't do hardcore matches. It's just if that's only you do, then if you have aspirations for WWE or AEW or let's even put Stardom up there in case you're a women's wrestler that want to actually make you got to get better in the ring from bell to bell. You have to do that. I mean, there is a certain standard that wrestling fans have now with in-ring wrestling, man or woman, and you have to meet that. And just throwing yourself onto chairs and thumbtacks, I don't feel is going to get you to the major leagues.
Agreed. Agreed.
I'm gonna mute myself. You keep talking.
All right. So, some of the other matches that you are not muted, buddy. But it sounds anyway. So other matches that I was privileged to witness at Lucha Libre Labs on Friday night, there was a 3-way match between local wrestlers Filter and Lipto, and the third competitor was this guy Anaya, who I've mentioned on the podcast before. That match was endlessly fun. All 3 competitors are incredibly talented, and I would love to see them do a whole lot more outside of Colorado. Anaya has been wrestling in Kansas City at Journey Pro recently, but I saw an announcement from Journey Pro that they are closing their doors soon. So I don't know what that means for Anaya and his current tag partner, Hoodie Howlett, but I hope they get a lot more exposure outside of Colorado. And then, as predicted, the match that would have brought the house down had Suzuki and Isaacs not been the main event. Cody Devine versus Brian Keith was exactly what I wanted it to be. Brian Keith is another one on the indies who's getting a lot of attention recently. I think Booker T even said something highly complimentary about him recently on his podcast. Brian Keith is charismatic and technically proficient and has everything that I want from my indie wrestling. And I will go on and on about Cody Devine as well. He is such a fantastic heel and wrestled his part to perfection. That match, like I said, it did everything I really wanted it to. And I really hope that one goes up on the YouTube page soon, because that one is a solid 2 out of 3 match, Cody Devine versus Brian Keith. Then, of course, the main event. Okay.
Important phone calls.
So yeah, was it about the house?
Yes and no. It's about people helping me move, which
very important,
is definitely house related, and it ended up being bowling related, of course, as well. So
of course. So I just got to the main event.
I just heard you talk about Keith and Cody Devine.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, everything I wanted it to be. Both are really special talents. Cody needs to get more eyes on him. Brian Keith is already getting there. I watched him the next night at West Coast Pro, which I'll get to. But
oh yeah, okay. Let's speed this up.
Wait,
West Coast. No.
Wait,
West Coast Pro. No, we got to. Mio Momino versus Queen. No, Minoru Suzuki can wait. Mio Momino faced Queen Aminata at West Coast Pro. I did not see it. Did you?
I only caught the end, but holy crap, the way the crowd reacted to the end of that match. It made me want to go back and watch it again, which I haven't gotten a chance to because I've been watching baseball and football, because in my house, we have a rule that real sports take front. We're allowed to watch real sports before fake sports.
What a dumb rule! Don't you know real sports leads to only sadness and depression and despair? Or is that just a Toronto thing?
Maybe if you're a Red Sox or a Blue Jays fan, but
it's a bullshit game, and you know it.
Yeah, so I did mean to go back and watch that match on Sunday, and I forgot because, like I said, I caught the end, and holy crap, that crowd was like so hot for that match.
Okay, all right. So Minoru Suzuki.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot to say about Minoru Suzuki.
Oh, now there's not a lot to say about him, eh?
Well,
okay, all right.
That you and your listeners don't already know, but being able to watch him come out onto this stage in this really unique venue with this really unique crowd. I mean, I think I had messaged you either, that the night of or the night before, going like, why is he here? Like, I don't understand.
Why is he in Colorado?
Oh, it was just so surreal to have him in this. But I forgot what a great comedy wrestler he is, on top of how terrifying he is. Not that his match with Royce Isaacs was a comedy match at all, but it did, play to the crowd. The Minoru
Suzuki house show formula is fantastic.
Right. I mean,
no matter what, he could do the same thing every match, and you will always be happy with what you got.
Exactly. And I was just, I'm talking about it now. I literally have goosebumps, just reminiscing right now. Gosh, it was just so fun to scream Kaze Ninare in a 500-seat building. And the crowd loved it. He seemed to love it. He did give a short promo after the match and said he hopes to be back. So,
yeah. It's a nice thing to say.
Obviously it's a nice thing to say, but Royce Isaacs was obviously the right choice for opponent. It was a great fight. And a solid 2 out of 3 if it ever makes it anywhere. If not, a 3 out of 3. 3 out of 3 for Colorado people.
Fair enough.
2 out of 3 probably if you're elsewhere. So that was my Friday night. And on Saturday, like I said, I did watch the GCW Atlantic City Night 1 show. I say I watched it. I watched most of it passively. I was doing other things, like around the house and stuff, but I had it on. Let's see, noteworthy stuff though. So, like I said, Shun Skywalker is showing up on all sorts of indies that I watch now. He had a match against Nick Wayne. It was very flippy and very fun. And other than that, it was a fun show. I think if you were there, it would have been fun. But The main event obviously was Nick Gage versus Jon Moxley. It was Jon Moxley as the defending champ, title versus career. Before the so Friday night at Lucha Libre Laughs, or right before I walked into Lucha Libre Laughs, Bill Washington on Twitter broke the press release from AEW that Moxley had signed a 5-year extension and that he would be working exclusively with AEW and their international partners. So the question on everybody's mind then was, what about GCW? Washington.
The first question would be, who cares? It's GCW. Like, I was listening to Voices of Wrestling, and the guy Lanza on there, he made probably the funniest and true joke about this GCW situation. He goes, just have Moxley win. He drops the title, and Nick Gage, instead of retiring, he goes, "Fuck you! Where's my crew at? I'm not retired. You can't make me." And then everyone goes, "Yeah!" And then you'd be done. Because that's GCW.
Yeah. Okay, so you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I was like, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But that's not what happened.
So while I'm sitting at the bar across the street from the theater, I saw this tweet from Will Washington, and I was like, Will told me he was coming to this show. Like, what? Where is he? Where did he get this news? What is happening? Right. And so he approached me at Lucha Libre. He and I had only met once before, actually in Chicago. But we live in the same town in Colorado. So when the Suzuki match was announced, I shot him a DM and I was like, "Hey, in case you didn't know, this is happening." And it took him like a week and a half, I guess, to get through all of DMs. He finally wrote back, saying, "Oh, maybe, I definitely want to try to be there." So he did approach me at the theater before the lights went dark for the show. And he's like, sorry. He's like, "I really wanted to come say hi to you sooner, but my phone's been blowing up since I put this tweet out." And I was like, "Yeah, no shit. Like, you literally broke the news." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "So I'm just dealing with that right now." But I thought it was very nice of him to approach me. I don't know are you familiar with Will Washington, his work, or do you know who I'm even talking about? Okay.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Okay. Formerly of RB Arc podcast. He is now affiliated with Fightful, but the one that I know him best from is the Grapsody podcast that he records on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, that gets very good receptions ever since.
Yeah, with Righteous Reg and Phil Lindsay. So I love listening to that.
I got a lot of respect for him too.
I love listening to that podcast because it's a different perspective than obviously you and I would have. So I usually just listen.
It's a different perspective than two white people in white America in middle class.
Yeah, exactly.
No way.
So I literally, I listen to that podcast for their perspective. I never leave comments. I never, I literally just listen and I absorb.
Same. I just listen as well.
Do the white person thing and I just listen. But I do. But I was willing to reach out to Will or approach Will at in Chicago to tell him how much I enjoy the podcast.
What is the white person thing? Is it drinking cheap beer, eating an apple, and
the polite white person thing in this context is to just listen and not comment.
Well, that is a very mature white person thing to do.
Anyway,
I'm trying to picture now the most white person respectful thing. It involves a lot of props that white people are affiliated with. So I got my saltine crackers over here, maybe a cheese plate, a Coors Light.
Yeah, my charcuterie board.
What music is going on in the background?
I don't have music.
But
do you hear something?
No. The white person thing. What music would the
Sugar Ray?
Sugar Ray. Oh god.
Okay, so
my mind went to hair metal.
Oh yeah, that's very white as well.
Or hair rock.
Yeah. Okay, so before this Moxley announcement, right? I was sure Nick Gage was going to lose this match. I was sure Gage was done with wrestling.
Sure looks like it anyways.
Yeah. So then this announcement comes out that Moxley is probably going to be done with GCW. So I'm thinking, because you and I have talked before that he's not going to drop the GCW title while he's still AEW champ. Like, AEW is not going to want to make their champ look weak, right?
Well,
so
they certainly had an idea for it.
So they had an idea for it. So my thoughts going into the match were Nick is going to still lose, and they'll figure out a way to get the belt off Moxley later. Maybe after Moxley loses AEW title to MJF. Or Nick wins. I mean, those were really those are really the options, right? So AEW, like you said, did have an idea here. First of all, this match went over 20 minutes, just over 20, but this match went too long.
Disgusting.
Especially for a death match. It was incredibly long. I lost interest and looked away many times, but I was still compelled by the story though. And
you wanted to see how weird the finish would be.
Yeah, I needed to see how weird the finish would be. So it looks like Moxley's going to win. And then two hooded figures enter the ring. And it turns out to be W. Morrissey and Stokely Hathaway. And I forget, I guess, now I don't remember exactly what happened. I guess Morrissey threw Moxley through a glass pane, I think. Maybe in a couple other moves to put Moxley out. And Nick Gage won. Now, this surprised me. Actually, that didn't surprise me so much as the fact that the GCW crowd seemed to love that finish. I'm not surprised that they were happy Gage won. I'm surprised they were happy Gage won like that. Why did Gage need these people to put Moxley out? Gage should have been... I mean, for AEW, on the AEW side of things, it keeps Moxley looking strongish. But on the GCW side of things, now your champ does not look that strong.
I mean, the way the match went, I don't think it mattered at the end of it all with how Nick Gage looks, how long the match was. I mean, it wasn't good. Everyone knows the state of Nick Gage. It's all to appeasing a fan base. The issue is GCW put their title on Moxley, and AEW has the power. So they have to live with the consequences of it. And unfortunately, the consequences is Moxley is also the AEW champion. And in reality, AEW and Tony Khan didn't have to do anything.
True.
They could have just said, drop the title and go away and forget it and peace out, wash their hands. And the idea was, all right, let's play ball and we'll get the MJF storyline mixed in there and then call it a day. So kind of a best case scenario. I kind of wish the match was only like 10 minutes rather than 20. And it was like way too long. It was like 7-on-1, and then maybe you could have Nick Gage and his crew kind of chase off the invaders, and Moxley puts his hand up and say, "Hey, you run this place now. I got business to do in AEW." But whatever. Yeah. Well,
so that was GCW, and then, like I said, I did watch some of West Coast Pro.
Yeah.
So 3 people that appeared at Lucha Libre and Laughs also appeared on this show. Royce Isaacs had a tag match with, as part of the West Coast Wrecking Crew. Sandra Moon. I forgot to mention at Lucha Libre Laughs, she had a very, very fun match with Heidi Howitzer. Obviously a more comedy type match, but it was very, very fun.
I'm sure it was better.
She was against Sandra Moon was against Jungle Kyoto. Guess who won? I actually didn't get to see that match. I don't know what I was doing. I missed a couple matches on this show.
Guess who won?
But Sandra Moon defeated Jungle Kiona.
No way.
Yeah. And then Brian Keith also had a singles match on this show.
I love how over the last 2 weeks, after we had that big, long Jungle Kiona discussion, she's just gone out and lost every match since.
I know. I know. It's wild.
Wonderful. It's wonderful. It's beautiful, some might say.
Oh, yeah, and then Brian Keith had a singles match on this show as well.
Yeah, against Ben K.
Yeah.
Dragongate.
And
Ben K lost. Another guy who's getting pushed to Dragongate right now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
But that was a really fun match though too. And then I really wanted to watch the main event and I think I fell asleep. It was Titus Alexander versus Jacob Fatu. But I definitely missed that. I think I fell asleep.
Okay. I think that does it for indie talk.
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm actually going to quickly go over New Japan before AEW.
Let's do it.
All right.
Go for it.
Uh-oh.
Check the baseball score.
Check the baseball score, damn it.
I'm checking.
Okay, New Japan. All right, so there was Burning Spirit on September 25th. I don't think we talked about it at all. I did watch the top 3 matches. All I got to say is Carl Anderson dogged it hard in that match against Tanahashi. And look, New Japan got what's coming to him with this one. Like, holy shit. What, like, grifter of all grifters, he's grifter of the year, or at least a contender, is this Carl Anderson, because he showed up in Raw this week.
I know.
They had a handshake deal, and come on. What are we doing? Don't do handshake deals. Don't do that. Just have Tanahashi win. But if the goal is for this open weight title to go away, you know, the times have passed, and they've introduced essentially the Stardom high-speed title for the men in New Japan. It even looks like Taka Michinoku's Queen of JTO title, or a Super Bowl ring, depending on your affiliation with the design.
Oh my god. Speaking of bad title designs, have you seen the TV championship?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Never Openweight. I missed track.
Yeah, they're gonna phase it out and replace it with this TV title, which is
oh my god,
which is like the same. It's the concept of the high speed title in Stardom.
Okay.
Yeah, they released a bracket. It's like all 30 to 40-year-olds in it, and then Ren Narita. So
yeah, I saw that too.
I'm like, I read your presser. It's we're gonna focus on the young people. You mean young person?
Right.
Okay.
So do you think he wins?
Oh yeah, I think Ren Narita's gonna win.
Okay.
Yeah. But if the idea, like, we'll have to see, obviously, how this works out for New Japan. They're really missing a key piece in their cards. And that is, ever since the Intercontinental title went away, they just don't seem to have that semi-main event piece on a lot of their cards.
Mm.
And to me, that's kind of a big shoe that needs to be filled. The United States title, I guess, is supposed to be that, but it's just so in flux all the time that it just can't get there. Mm-hmm. There's only so many Will Ospreay, David Finlay type matches I can like stomach, even though bell to bell they're very good kind of situation. Well, I guess that kind of sums up Burning Spirit. Declaration of Power. A lot of storylines that they're building up for the Tokyo Dome. The big one of the big ones is a 4-way now for the junior title after Master Wato beat Taiji Ishimori. Very bizarre that Master Wato is in this position and not someone else. I think this is an audible because of Kushida being out due to all his diseases I guess he has right now. Good God. I would have probably audibled to someone not Master Wato, like almost anybody. Anyways, my favorite match from the show is actually Shingo versus El Phantasmo. Went 16 minutes.
Ooh.
And it's, they say it was for the King of Pro Wrestling title. What it truly was a matter of pride. The winner gets the loser to say, "You're my daddy." And this was great. Fantastic. Like, they had a match that I thought was better than their G1 match, which was very cool. So I went full 3. And Phantasmo sold it off very well at the end, where first he says it in says "You're my daddy" in Japanese, and Takagi's like, "No, speak up, louder, no good." And then he starts like, "Miso, water," gets him some water, and then says it, and then they do the low blow. So they broke the KOPW little trophy thing. So I'd be very happy if they kind of run this back, or they go into some tag title situation. But regardless, speaking of tag titles, Jeff Cobb, Okan, they are going to probably face FTR at some point. The Okada Jonah match was also very good. That went 20 minutes. Very old school type match.
Yeah.
And between Shingo and Okada, they're both doing... they're not just coming out with the Inoki-esque robes. By the way, Inoki, RIP.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm. Very famous guy. Perhaps you've heard of him. Yeah. But they're also they're also doing tribute moves lately in their matches, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But the Jonah match, very old school, big bad gaijin thing, and I hope this isn't the last we see of Jonah. But it sure feels like he's going back to old Triple H over in Duffed with fat Bray Wyatt. Jay White Tamatanga, 31 minutes. If you're into Babyface Tamatanga, you're going to like this. It's a classic.
I do love Babyface Tamatanga. Yeah. I love Babyface Tamatanga.
It's a classic IWGP main event, went long, Jay White style. I had trouble getting into it at times, even though I like Babyface Tamatanga. It's definitely a case of Tamatanga just doesn't have the star power yet for me to truly buy into a main event with him. That's my big issue. But the match was good. It built up all the way to that gun stun, hit him in the center of the ring, and I'm like, that's cool. I like that. And Jay White, did his
Jay White.
Yeah, Jay White. Very, very, very attractive man with all his abs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
sorry,
my recommendation would definitely be the Declaration of Power. Look, it was a good show. Tough to buy everything. They need an influx of young talent badly. New Japan. That's really what's missing here. It's too much of the same thing over and over again the last couple of years, and you really felt it. And it's not just because of COVID. I think that's what we're all realizing, including New Japan themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. AEW time. Let's see.
MJF.
I guess so, yeah. Okay, so not to ramble on about AEW, I think we covered quite a lot of it last time, and not a lot has changed over the last couple weeks.
No, there weren't huge developments in the past couple weeks, but what we did have was...
We had great wrestling matches, for sure.
Yes. So... There was great matches, and there were matches that I wanted to be great, but weren't. Namely, Moxley versus Juice.
That was just okay.
It was just fine, and I just wanted Juice to make a bigger splash in AEW.
You know who did make a big splash?
Who?
Bandito, and Chris Jericho does it again.
I know.
Must drive you crazy.
No, obviously not. I don't root for people to fail or not be great. I obviously want everyone to be great. And Eric, I love depending on the situation. In this case, I like being proved wrong. Jericho is just crushing it these days. I have to, give the devil his due. He is doing all the right things. And
Ring of Jericho. It's my favorite storyline in AEW right now.
It's fantastic.
There's no honor in that, and then he'll nail him in the nuts.
yeah. It's genius. It's absolutely genius, and I'm not surprised at the character work or the storytelling that he's doing. That has never been a weak point for Jericho. What I am impressed and surprised by is his in-ring work recently. I don't know how he's doing it at the level he's doing it. I mean, a lot of it is, him depending on his opponent. In this case, Bandito, did a lot of the big spots, but Jericho was there. I mean, it's not like he did nothing.
Right. He hung in there.
Yeah. It was fantastic.
And they're building up to the big rematch against Danielson again for the Ring of Honor title, which is going to be great. That's going to take place in Toronto, which I have a bunch of friends that are going to that show.
Awesome.
Let's see. They're doing Moxley against Page in Cincinnati, which is Moxley's hometown. So they got a lot of home court advantage situation, home ice advantage in some cases with hockey season start. I wonder how the ratings are going to affect Dynamite over the next few weeks now that hockey and NBA are about to start.
And it's MLB playoffs.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to look too good over the next few weeks for any wrestling show for that matter. But MJF Yuta was
holy
fantastic.
Fucking Christ.
Like, we saw them in Beyond Wrestling in various degrees. I've seen them go at each other in the Northeast, seen them come up, and this match absolutely smoked any of their work together prior to this. This was so good. It told a great story in the ring and to the grander aspect over the last couple weeks of what they were doing. So MJF is killing it. He looks like a fucking superstar out there. He's got a million abs like Jay White. Look, this is what I say. Full Gear, MJF beats Moxley. Done deal. Clean in the middle.
Yep.
And then he can beat his ass afterwards with the ring, lay him bloody, and then you don't see Moxley for the rest of the year.
Crush him with the title, whatever. Yeah.
I think it needs to just be this emphatic win, and you put him in the dirt, and Moxley can take the rest of the year off.
Yeah. What I loved about this match. So first of all, obviously MJF looks like $1 million, but Yuta got a huge pop and huge cheers and chants for Yuta. There were dueling chants throughout the whole match. So let's not push Yuta to the side here in this conversation either. His star is still rising.
He's one of the best in-ring guys in AEW this year. I think on my match guide sheet, he's a top 20 guy.
I was like, he's one of the best in-ring guys.
They've really done a good job consistently highlighting Wheeler Yuta.
He's having fantastic matches. The thing about MJF, what I loved about this match too, is obviously it's a part of his character that he takes the easy way out, work smarter, not harder, right? But we sometimes forget, or we're made to forget, that MJF doesn't need a diamond ring to win a match. He doesn't need to clobber you with a title. He's a phenomenal wrestler.
Well, I mean, that's the Ric Flair strategy, right?
Yep.
Throughout the entire career. He doesn't need to use the ropes to pin you, but he will.
Exactly. It's just, he is the epitome of a 5-tool player in wrestling, I think.
Kurt Hennig, Ric Flair, Roddy Piper, MJF clearly studies these guys so much.
Oh, I mean, he was watching wrestling tapes in his basement from the time he was, 5 or 8 years old, and that's all he did. All he did was watch wrestling tapes and study and study and study, and that's why he's as great as he is. The other thing on this episode of Dynamite was Wardlow versus Brian Cage.
Okay, I have an issue. You ready for this?
What? No, I'm not ready because I loved this match. What the fuck are you gonna say about it?
It goes with what I've been saying and what we've been saying for months. we got to get this guy in a feud.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true.
Like, it's fine that, and it's good that the match with Brian Cage was good, okay? Not saying it was bad. It's just frustration consistently throughout these shows with people, particularly Wardlow, since he fucking won the thing, right? Where I felt cheated out of a match, and he hasn't been the same since. The Jay Lethal thing was, like, okay, but you never really bought into it. At least I didn't. And we've just been waiting and waiting for just something to happen with this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, Will Hobbs is right there. Ricky Stark's right there.
I know.
Like, why aren't we feuding these guys together and build? Anyways,
that's true. No, I definitely think Will Hobbs and or Ricky Starks are the right choices. No one's more over with the AEW crowd than the quote unquote homegrown talent.
Yes, and Wardlow's part of that crew, and
exactly
and this kind of goes with the Christian thing. Unfortunately, he's injured, but you know, Jungle Boy would be very much welcome in that same mix.
Sure.
Darby Allin's not doing much right now. I mean, he's going to go over to Noah and wrestle with Sting and
is he?
Great Muta, yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. I didn't realize he was part of that.
Yeah, Darby Allin is still like, what's he doing? We need direction for a lot of these people instead of just coming out here and doing matches. And we've definitely gotten to that point with me where I need some substance.
This is TV wrestling. This is not indie wrestling. These are not house shows. We need some sort of through line here. You're right.
Yeah, and I really think AEW has gotten away from a lot of that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Of course, there's still a lot of good stories going on. And
there's some good stories, and there's never going to be bad wrestling. Like, that's the thing you can always count on.
So it's like
quality matches.
Yeah, it's just as a fan, I think in 2022, the shows need to be more complete.
Sure. Speaking of completion, and not in a gross way.
It could be
well, it depends on. I just want to talk about the women's 6-man match.
Oh no!
And how they gave Willow the fucking pin.
Yeah, and she had a good match with Jade Cargill on Battle of the Belts.
Yeah, she did.
It was pretty good.
Yeah, she did. Willow's a fucking star, man. Love that lady.
She's getting better.
I mean, yeah, yes, her in-ring is getting better, but like her charisma is undeniable. People are just drawn to this woman. She's been on TV, like 8 times maybe, and the internet won't shut up about her.
She's very bubbly.
I love it. I love it.
Very bubbly.
I just love it.
The Saraya thing sure is not working out the way JPQ was trying to be positive.
Yeah, well, okay, so Britt Baker gives a promo saying that Saraya is not cleared for in-ring action, but even though she is a medical doctor, she's also a wrestling heel, so I'm not going to believe a word she says. And then later, of course, they go to blows. So it looks as though we will see her wrestle soon, maybe.
I mean, that is they're gonna extend that all the way to Full Gear, and I think.
I don't want to see Saraya wrestle before Full Gear, and I don't want to see her wrestle every week on TV. I want to see her wrestle every other pay-per-view or something.
You want her as a special attraction?
Yes.
Do you think she's good enough to be a special attraction, though?
Nope. But well, I don't know. Who knows? We won't know until she shows us.
I mean, this is another case where I feel the generation now has passed her by.
Mm-hmm.
I criticize Willow's in-ring and whatnot as much as, well, maybe not as much as others, but I certainly do. And I think Willow Nightingale is way better than Saraya in the ring. And she has a much better personality. She can cut a nice little promo.
Better than her in the ring now, or better than Saraya at her peak?
Both.
Okay. So I didn't watch Saraya at her peak. I did at some point go back and watch every NXT takeover at some point. I don't remember being impressed by anything I saw from then Paige.
No, and she has not improved. But I guess final thoughts would be Pac and Trent had a killer match, playing into the Orange Cassidy storyline some more. They're going to have a rematch.
Well, not only did they have a killer match, they had it after Pac was in a World Trios title match. Excuse me, what's
right on Rampage. Let me pull that. Let me pull that card up because
I have it right here. So that Rampage before the Battle of the Belts was a 6-man match: Blackpool Combat Club versus Private Party and Roosh.
I like the work Roosh is doing.
Oh, Roosh is doing good stuff, man. Especially with the absence of Andrade, I think.
They really have made it clear that he's just straight up replacing Andrade.
That's fine. I'm disappointed.
I'm okay with that.
I'm fine with it. I'm disappointed that Los Ingobernables didn't really get a whole, a revamp or.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about that, though. See, even in Mexico, they keep trying to do more with it, like in AAA, and it never leads anywhere because of issues that crop up like this.
Well, the thing in wrestling and the thing with Andrade, right, is ego. Right? I mean, that's it. It's just he, I feel like he expects certain things and then has a little baby tantrum when he doesn't get them. The fact we didn't even talk about the fact that he was sent home that night.
He tried to get himself fired, and everyone's talked about it to death. I think it's pretty straightforward.
No. Obviously, we don't need to blow that, but we don't need to really discuss that any further. But what we do need to discuss is the fact that it shaped the rest of the wrestling evening.
Him not on it? Not really.
Okay. Fair. Oh.
We missed out on a career versus mask match. It's like built up off of backstage little talking thing.
Well, I still need to see Preston Vance lose his mask. I love the fact that Brody gave it to him, but Brody also gave John Silver and Alex Reynolds their masks, and they've been wrestling unmasked for ages. Preston Vance is too handsome to wrestle in a mask. Although maybe he's bland, maybe the mask gives him something else.
that's always the trick with masks and masked wrestlers.
Well, that's the other thing with Bandito. Supposedly he is like the most ridiculously handsome man on the planet. And I really need to see it, please.
Let's see. I guess that does it for AEW. I don't have much else. I'm just looking forward to what they do in Toronto and what's going on.
Toronto's going to be so fun. I think, I'm disappointed that Kenny Omega is not going to be able to wrestle in Canada, but there's tons of other Canadian talent that is going to shine Wednesday night. So it's going to be fun. It's, that crowd is going to be super hot. I forget, did you say it or was I listening to something else? Sorry, I'm getting everything confused, but people are flying into, other Canadians are flying into Toronto to go to it because it's important to them to be at the first Canadian show. I mean,
it doesn't surprise me that it's becoming a fly-in show for Toronto. So. At least the Dynamite was a hot ticket, and the Rampage that they're taping is going to be on a Thursday, which is another Hockey Night in Canada thing. Look, it's hockey opening week in Canada, and it's going to be interesting to hear how the crowd is going to react, especially the same night that the Leafs are playing. That's wild to me.
Right, but the tickets are selling. There are people.
Well, the Dynamite sold.
Yes, that's true.
I think the Rampage is going to have a lot of walk-up tickets in the end, but they did not sell, and they got So anyways, I think that does it for us, Ricky.
I think so. I don't have much else to say.
See you next
time. Other than go Yankees.
Oh boy, we can't have Tam Nakano without... And everybody, it is... Well, if you're listening on Patreon, you're listening to this early. And I'm going to do a couple things here. One, I'm definitely going over the 5-star final. Overall thoughts of the tournament. Top 10 matches of the tournament at the end of the 5-star review, along with a little extra nuggets there. I will be adding some of Alex's thoughts that he put on Voices of Wrestling in his review, and I even have Scott E's star ratings he gave it, and obviously, if you want to hear more of Alex's thoughts over the 5-star final, he's got Stardom Quest you can go and listen to. Very good episode. I vastly enjoyed it. They got some hot takes on over there. That's one of the better reviews I've listened to. And then there's Scott E over on a host of places, but really it was his Ring Post Radio kind of basic coverage over his general thoughts there. I thought that was his better work. And One Nation Radio had a very enthusiastic review over the 5-star final, which was very enjoyable to listen to. So those are your 3 other places I recommend listening for various 5-star final coverage. And obviously, if you're listening to this early on the Patreon, thank you all for subscribing, joining me on this journey throughout the entire 5-star. Just missed a couple shows in the middle, well, near the end there, where timing just didn't work out, and I threw all 3 of them together right quick like. But what a show the 5-star final was. What a complete package the show offered. And I know you're kind of looking at the title, or if you're looking in the description, yes, I am also doing Wrestle Princess 3 from TJPW in the second half of this podcast. Once about Wednesday rolled around, upon now later me recording, I figured, you know what, Wrestle Princess 3 is the coming weekend. The following week is going to be slow in Joshi, and these two are going to take up a chunk of the coverage. So I'm like, I'm going to wait and do something super special for the Patreon. So again, if you're listening early and subscribing, thank you all. And if you're listening on Red Leaf or Retrocast proper here on on the 15th of the month, hey, I've been doing a lot of this on the Patreon lately. I vastly recommend going back into the Evergreen Archives to listen to the journey throughout the 5-star. Lots of coverage there. And here we go. Let's get this going. Because the finals was a massive success. Got an attendance of 2,543 at the Musashino Forest Sports Plaza main arena. I love this arena that they were in. And I hope this becomes an annual thing. I really, it doesn't necessarily have to be the 5-star final. It can be various other shows that they want to do throughout the year. If they want to move some of those big March shows away from Budokan and run an arena like this, because I believe this was the first wrestling show in this arena, and boy, it looked fantastic. It certainly sets up well for a wrestling show. I thought for this show, the stage was great. The lighting was on point. The overall camera work and production were top notch. This, again, was a major league upgrade from the actual cameras being used. Certainly the entrances made a huge difference for this show. Now, I did mention across the 5-star coverage for kind of their major pay-per-views that Stardom is really struggling. I wouldn't say struggling. they're really trying to break free of that kind of 1,300 marker for the, let's call them B show pay-per-views. And then for these A show ones, the 2,000 to 2,500 seems to be the benchmark they're trying to clear next. Because I was going into this crossing my fingers for a 3,000 number or higher. Because I put that number out there due to the fact that places like Noah, Dragongate to an extent, when they pop a big house, that's what they're getting. Now, I'm not saying Stardom needs to do it every time. 2,500 is perfectly fine. It's still a sign of growth beyond measure of what they've generally been doing. It's just the next step in growth that they need to do. The 1,300 for B shows, the 2,000 to 2,500 for the A shows, and this is certainly now an A show with the promotion. The 5-star final, they've tried extremely hard the last few years to make this a big deal, because if we look back, the Cinderella tournament is much bigger in the promotion than the 5-star final. It's just the way it's presented. It's just the way the attendance has worked out. You can point to another various statistics over why that's the case. It's the 5-star final has been a goal of theirs clearly to make like the opening days super important, must-see wrestling, and the 5-star final has become their trademark tournament of essentially making new stars, or at least cementing them as the main star. If you want to compare past 5-star, let's just even compare last year at Oda City, where they got 1539. Shuri defeats Momo. This year, it is, well, here we go. Spoiler. Well, I mean, enough time has passed. Julia defeats Tam Nakano, 2543. So it's not exactly double what this seemingly entire 5-star had done year over year for each event. However, it is still plus 1,000. And that is nothing to just to sneeze away. What other statistics that I have yet to hear a single podcast talk about is, or even coverage in general, is the fact that, yes, this 5-star this year ran 20 shows. It's only about one show longer than the G1. So we're about equal there. But it is only also 3 shows longer than last year. And yet still, last year had a total attendance of 8,489 across the 17 quote-unquote main 5-star shows. That is a preface I must make clear as I give you the statistics here. The 20 main GP shows this year got an attendance of 18,239. That is almost plus 10,000 in attendance with only 3 shows more in total. So again, we're at the double mark. Almost every show across the 5-star this year, year over year, doubled previous year's attendance, which is a massive, massive, massive success. If you want to go back to 2019, 9 days in total, 4,400. I mean, if you want to pick a random 9 days here, or just even the first 9 days, yes, this 5-star also easily eclipsed that. Just the Corkin Hall shows alone beat the 5-star this year. And earlier on the journey, I, not so much jokingly, but I was super curious to how many shows were going to eclipse the 500 mark in attendance. And here it is. 17 out of the 20 shows of the 5-star this year eclipsed 500 minimum attendance. And to give a little perspective, last year, 6 out of 17 eclipsed the 500. So that's triple, almost, for how many shows they got over 500. You want to go a step further? The entire Joshi scene in 2022, up to October 1st, shows with attendances over 500, this does include TJPW, by the way, 17 combined. That is the level Stardom is at over the entire Joshi scene, including TJPW right now. 17 shows in the 5-star out of the 20 had an attendance of 500 or better. The entire Joshi scene this year up to October 1st had 17 combined. It's really incredible what we're seeing right now with the investment in the company, the Bushiroad advertisement, and buying of the company has paid off dividends way over probably expectations. They're really investing in everything they need to. And it's also a step in the quality of the roster, the booking, just about everything you can imagine has been earmarked for success. And they've proven it time and time again throughout the last 2.5, 3 years. It's really remarkable. And the show is a great representation of just something getting better. Last year was a show of the year contender, at least in the Joshi world, the women's wrestling world. If you want to go a step further for wrestling fans in general, yeah. A lot of people had the 5-star final as a show of the year last year. And I honestly think this show this year was even better from a complete package and an up and down the card standpoint. Now, do I think the finals match this year was better than last year? I don't know. There's certainly levels to it you can kind of point to. I'm a little torn, 50-50, and I'll get to the match review and give further thoughts on that. But is Julia versus Tam Nakano 5-star final my current match of the year? I think it is. And that's due to levels of these things. One thing I want to point to throughout the entire 5-star final was there's about 6 matches on this show out of the 12, 13 that there were, where depending on your emotional level for certain wrestlers and for certain matchups, you know, any match could reach 4 Big Dave stars or higher, depending on that emotional connection you had. You know, I've seen all 6 of those kind of reach that 4.5 to 4.75 range with certain fans because of that connection these matches had. And that's a real rarity where you have this disparity on the roster where your fan base is connected to these wrestlers in different ways. I myself, I connect most to the Julia Tam Nakano storyline. That's where I gravitated towards the most. And the DDM Cosmic Angel story has been a more heated up thing throughout 2022 and certainly took that next step into the summer, heading into the 5-star. And we even saw a few 5-star storylines kind of crossing over with the Cosmic Angels DDM thing. So from that perspective, the 5-star final really worked out. And let's be honest, every Joshi fan around the horn all predicted Julia versus Tam Nakano in the final. Anyone who's telling you it's like, oh my god, I predicted that, no one else did, they're lying. JBA, myself, Scott E, Alex, the list goes on. Everyone said Julia versus Tam Nakano. Where the possibility of other guesses came in is because of the Hat Man's past booking, where it got you questioning those things. Could Micah get in on the last day kind of situation? Could Tam Nakano get upset? Because the past booking pointed to other up-and-coming wrestlers getting into the finals and then losing to someone they're going to put over in the end. That's where it got a little hazy. But this year was surprising in the fact that it went with the story, it went with a tried-and-true formula, and that's okay. And honestly, I think sticking with the Tam Nakano-Julia storyline, it doesn't burn off a big match that you've never done before, but it also gives you something super satisfying as a 5-star final, and now going forward, you have the possibility of 2 huge stars in the main event going to the 5-star final and getting there. So you get you definitely get to feel like your money's worth. I have a text message. Okay, that is something for later. Where was I? Ah, yes. Look, from this show, I recommend you watch the entire show. It is a journey. It is something absolutely worth watching. It is like up and down the card, everything seemed to matter. They even did the cool G1 thing on the G1 final day where they had in the G1 they had the blocks go one after another. In this one you had your red stars and blue stars kind of in 2 halves of the card. So I thought that was really cool. And without further ado, let's get into some other news before I forget. Look, I mentioned the entrances earlier, and I want to read some of my notes here, because I did take some. The second the lights turn on and Mirai came out first was a brilliant use of who they want to highlight first and foremost, while also building the card up well enough. The claps got the crowd into it without their ability to cheer, because this was a cheer-restricted environment yet again. But during the show, a few announcements happened. Jazzy Gabbert won against the Ava, and both the tag and this match were said to be pretty horrible. So bad. Look, the first impression, they failed. Absolutely. They succeeded in failing in that aspect. Not good. There's a review up on VOW over the second night where Jazzy defeated Ava, and it got, I think, a 1.5 stars, and I feel like maybe that's possibly a little high. But regardless, Kairi is going to face now Alpha Female. That's Jazzy Gabbert. I will refer to her as Alpha Female going forward. Kairi better win, is what I got to say. They announced the bracket for... This was after the 5-star final, obviously, but they announced the bracket for the rest of the IWGP title. It's going to be Momo against Mayu, and the winner will face Himeka against... Who was it? Himeka again. You know what? Who cares? The point I want to make is, before the tournament started, they made it clear that the person in their faction who had the highest GP points was going to get in. Well, they threw that away with Momo getting in over Starlight Kid. So they're blatantly ignoring rules there. Himeka got in over Micah just due to the fact, because they tied in the tournament. It's just Julia picked Micah. So now Julia is prime target number 1 of Enemy of the State. We can't be having this. Micah should have gone in, or at least they Micah should have gone in my opinion. Or at least they should. You know what? That would have been a cool kind of build match to get in, where Micah and Himeka have another match because they tied on the 5-star final. I thought that would have been a cool little drawing match, but instead it was just, nah, you're in over. Who was the fourth person? I can't remember off the top of my head. Let's see. There's no Cosmic Angels. There's no God's Eye. So it'd be... Is it Sai Kamatani? I think it's Sai Kamatani. Or is it Utami? Can't remember. But let's see. Did Mayu beat Hazuki? Were they even in? Let's see. Let's see. Bear with me. Mayu got 15 and Hazuki got 14. All right, so Mayu went over Hazuki. I don't know why I was thinking they also both tied, and they were in the same block, I believe, as well. But anyways, so that sticks out there. Announced January 3rd, Stardom's first show of 2023 will be at the Yokohama Budokan, basically hitting up Wrestle Kingdom weekend by essentially doing their own New Year's Dash show off the heels of Wrestle Kingdom, and honestly, this makes sense. They have really always done some New Year's show in some capacity as a reset from year-end climax, so making a bigger deal out of this is good, and it goes with their growing ambitions. I do agree with that. Let's get into the first match. It's Mirai defeating Saya Ida, 6 minutes, 57 seconds. Mirai finishes on 15 points. Saya Ida, a measly 4. Is Mirai babyface Scott Steiner? Is she the actual Scott Steiner and not Saya Ida? Good question to ask. Mirai and Ida go to lariat blows. Mirai wins that battle. Then they go to chops. Mirai wins that battle. And finally, Mirai does a submission version of the Manami Toyota roll. Ends with Ida submitting into this angled sitting brutalizer, and Mirai sits on Ida's head. Ida has officially trumped the Kyoko Inoue face she made in 1993, taking the Hikari Fukuoka moonsault. This was hilarious. All-time great getting geeked face by the biggest geek in the promotion. Really funny. Mirai wins handily. This was fine. My first Big Dave 4-star match. This got full 3. Mina Shirakawa defeats Natsupoi. Mina finishing on 10 points. Natsupoi on 12. This went just under 8 minutes. You kidding me with this? How good was this match? They begin with Mina pulling a Yashikuranai, squatting, taunting her opponent at the bell. Poi obliges, and man, did I get Akira Hokuto squash vibes here. I was like, oh man, who's getting geeked? Great start. No one got geeked. Way to make the inconsequential undercard match feel important, and I love this. This was one of 2 matches that it's like, look, we're going out for pride. We're on one of the biggest shows of the year. We're going to make this feel important, even though we don't have to. Natsupoi's selling is on another level, and the structure of this match was basically perfect for my taste in wrestling, short of blood being spilled. Natsumi Maki hits hard early with her obliteration drop kicks. Mina counters the momentum, hitting a low drop kick to the knee, and it's a slow burn towards the end from there. Hell, at 5 minutes, I thought Mina was going to hit her elevated Scorpion Death Drop, and it be done with, just to see Natsupoi hit an emergency backlash for a near fall. It was survival. The dragon screws, especially the one off the top leading into a figure 4. Guys, 3 out of 3 recommendation. I'm not being a coward anymore with either of these 2. I'm all in. Natsupoi, Mina, they both come out of this tournament leveled up in different capacities. Especially Mina. She is not the same person that's coming in. And now, with Unagi seemingly going back to freelance dates, she's not going to be in Tag League. Won't have many thoughts over Tag League. I will drop a couple things later. But Unagi's taking bookings outside Stardom for the time being. She's not in Tag League. So if this is a way to get Mina further up and elevated above where she was, I thought this was the right decision. Kind of goes into making sense of Unagi just doing her own storyline in the undercard. She only comes away with, I believe, 2 points, which is fine. If she's now done with the territory, you know what? I might as well do this Unagi conversation now. She's been on the roster for what, 2.5, 3 years, maybe even less. And you want to talk about utilizing someone during their time. And we don't even know if she was officially signed. At least I don't. I know Mina has officially signed. This was Unagi finishing out her contract. They got a lot of use out of her. They got big title matches out of her. She's vastly improved. She's much better than when she came in. So that only helps out her. Stardom got, I think, as much use as they could out of her for the time being. And who knows? She could go away for a little bit. Maybe do some dates still coming in. I don't think she's done with Stardom completely. I just think she's done as a regular house show member. And with people like Inaba coming in, hopefully Haruka Umasaki, I'm speculating on that. But with a lot of this new blood talent, Yuna Mizumori, which I'm not totally a big fan of, but if she's kind of just coming in for an Unagi type spot on the undercard, that's fine. People can come and go. I don't want to see a roster become stale. And again, I don't think this is the last time we'll see her in Stardom, especially with the state of the indie scene. I can't imagine how many Basement Monstar shows she will do before she goes, all right, I kind of want to wrestle in front of a packed Cork and Hall crowd again. I kind of want to sell more merch. That kind of idea. Momo Watanabe defeats Hazuki. Momo finishes on 12 points. Hazuki with the Blue Jays choke job of the playoffs. She goes 7-0 out of the gate, and then she loses the rest of the way out. Not entirely surprising, but the story still worked. Where Momo, on the other hand, she won like her last 5 matches. So she beat, I believe, Julia, Hazuki here, Mayu. Let's see, she lost to Suzu. She beat someone else, but Momo was clearly inspired to upgrade her wrench to an evil baseball player since, softball background. She's hitting home runs in hardcore matches, throwing fastballs at Mayu, and now coming out with a bat-like sting. And Jesus, they brawl outside and gets Hazuki on the post. She fucking swings for the fences like a true home run king, Aaron Judge. This bat snaps in half on the post, and the crowd screams. This was terrifying when she swung this thing. If Hazuki just like was half paying attention. She's done. Forget it. So absolutely bought the bat swing, and they only did this the one time, which worked. I really enjoyed this match, but certainly what brought it down considerably in my eyes was the stereotypical ref pulled out of the ring on an obvious match-ending 3 count because Hazuki hit her 4 moves of doom. She hit that brainbuster, and out comes the ref, and you just kind of really roll your eyes to it. It should have happened way earlier if they were going to do a ref pull. But anyways, these two go to blows, hitting big match moves. Hazuki rolls into hitting her 4 moves of victory, which saw her win the first 7 matches, so that's why the crowd super bought it. Just for Tora to yank the ref out. Tora specifically, remember that. Distraction, pinch sunrise, couple B drivers, 1 on the apron, 1 on a chair, finishing with the PT middle of the ring, completing the Hazuki Blue Jays I guess, yeah, it's a choke job. Look, I don't mind the Momo heat. I love the heel stuff, but the ref pull, no deep Q, it's just too absurd and ruins matches for me. They do something else and get the same result. I'm going, 4 Big Dave stars instead, but here, I'm like 3.5, 1 out of 3, maybe 2 kind of situation. What do we got here? Got another message. All right. Ami Sourei versus Saya Kamatani. They go to a double countout in 8.5 minutes. They tried to give us something, but as soon as they botched their Hurricane Rana spot and went outside, this was just a disaster. Just terrible all around, trying to get around a lame duck finish. Just have Ami hit the Rikishi driver on the ramp. And she barely makes it in the ring before 20, while Kamatani is just straight unconscious on the ramp and gets stretchered out. Look, it's old school. And with all of the Ami upsets in the tournament anyways, just do another. But instead, they just do this very contrived double CO, and I hated this. I thought this was one of the worst things in the tournament. This is easily the weakest match on the entire show. I have a feeling, I don't base this on much, but or anything for that matter, but I think it's Hatman going, hey, I need you guys to go to a double countout. Go do it. And that's all the direction they gave, so it was up to the wrestlers to figure it out, which, what are you going to do? Do better, but this was right up there with the Risa Sera Mai Sakurai countouts. Stardom just doesn't really know how to do the double countouts. I'd rather they just brawl to the back and then the match is thrown out kind of situation. Mayu Iwatani finishes with 15 points, defeating Starlight Kid at 14. This was just another match where it didn't really matter who won, but it mattered to them. Because last year, Kid lost to Mayu to lose out on the 5-star final. They go 13 minutes, and immediately, superstar entrance from SLK. You can tell who's at the top of the promotion pecking order, but how they are presented with the combo of the music, the Tron, the lights, camera work of the entrance. Big-time Major League Wrestling moves here. We saw it with Mirai, we saw it with Momo, we saw it with Kamatani, and definitely this match. We got that high-speed match-style start, big smiles of the competition here. This was good. Then they got a little slowdown period, picks up with big overhand chop exchange, good counter wrestling. Mayu misses a moonsault, and Kid follows up in a bit with 2 of her own, so real good grudge-type move versus move wrestling here. Really, the tables turned against Kid after she tried working the leg with the Mayu Frankensteiner spot. Little rough, but got the job done. And from there, it was Mayu destruction. Mayu just beats her ass down, humbles her, forearms the shit out of her. SLK got a couple last grasp moments, but ultimately, she kicks out of the moonsault. SLK does not kick out of the step-up dragon suplex. 4 Big Dave stars. Good fire, 3 out of 3 recommendation. And what's crazy to me is if this exact match happens in, say, 2016, people would be raving like this is match of the year contender. And on this show, it's maybe your 4th or 5th best match. And you gotta love that. I was really in my head watching this Mayu SLK match and going, this is Mayu Io Shirai all over again. Like, between the move sets, the rivalry between the two, trying to elevate someone to the next level, This was Mayu versus Shirai. That's what this was. And I'm going to take... You know what? I'm going to finish the next one, then I'll take the opportunity to go over what Alex and Scott E have to say. So yeah, the story continues with SLK and Mayu trying to level up one another. Drinking the beer. And we reach the main event of the first half of the show. Julia versus Suzu Suzuki. They go to a 15-minute time draw. Julia finishes on 16 points. Suzu finishes on 15. I believe that set Julia winning a block because all she needed was a point. So her kind of going through the clock was fine because of what happened prior to everything else. So, like, if Hazuki would have won, then Julia wouldn't have had a shot. But another example of someone kind of blowing their chances at victory at the top, and that was Suzu Suzuki. It was look, SLK blew her shot in beating Mayu. Hazuki blew her shot at the final. Suzu. The show in its entirety had a lot of people blowing the goal of getting to the top. With the full exception was Tam Nakano. She was the only one that clinched her victory. Shuri couldn't do it. Suzuki couldn't do it. It was nuts. And Suzu finishes this tournament super strong after kind of I think it was like a 0-3 start. I think that was the deal. But look, Suzu, she got smoke, and get this, the first one to come out and get pyro on the show. Stardom and Hatman clearly want this woman in. And guess what? She's a free agent, and honestly, yes, it would be a blow to the indie scene, but really, it would be foolish for Stardom to pass on a talent like this. TJPW, look, they got options to sign, but they just don't do that. So, with the state of the scene, the option is Stardom. Grab her at all costs. Julia comes out like the Roman goddess of war Mars over here. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, bruh. Both are holding back tears before the bell, and this is where it gets super emotional for people. And Suzu comes out slapping hard. Now, I have a theory. I suspect they were going to do way more in the beginning, but they were overrun with their own emotions, that Julia, as a professional, just went to the ground, regained composure, get back in the mindset that they needed to be in. And that said, I think they still pulled this off by a lot. I'm like, you guys are pros, act like it, do your big match on a big stage, and finally, Julia hits the big wrist punch, and they're just off to the races. Camera right back on Suzu, all scarred up. Like, camera's on the back of Suzu, and she's all scarred up. And at 20 from her shit bar wrestling that nobody watches, and she loses all the time, let's get this woman in Stardom to not have to do that. I don't care if she likes it. We're in this to make money. I'm in this to see the best matches possible, and her wrestling in front of like 20 people isn't it. Anyways, shoot headbutts and couple suplexes later, we're into it. Big fire and energy from here to there to the finish. Big kickouts of every key move that you got. You got the rolling suplex kickouts. You got Julia hitting one of her like 7 finishers on Suzu that she put other people away at throughout the tournament. Because let's not forget, Julia has won every single one of her matches with a different move. And she has yet to hit the Northern Lights bomb. And she did not need to hit it here with Suzu because they went to that draw. But Suzu battering Julia as emotion overcomes her. As the bell rings, she's just clubbing away, and Julia stops her. She hugs her. Look, great fucking match, 4 stars plus, depending on your emotional connection to it. And that's why I can just sit here and go 3 out of 3 recommendation. It's a must-watch recommended match that you all have to check out. And that's what, the 3rd, 4th match on the show that I'm covering to get to that point. So, good stuff all around. Unagi Sayaka defeats Momo Kogo, 5-minute match. Quick, harmless. I already talked about Unagi's situation. Let's move on. Saki Kashima, 12 points. Boy, she get a lot. Robert Ory with the big W's here. Azumi comes out on her birthday. She's got big pants style going on. And she loses in fucking 44 seconds. Like a geek, like a nerd. She chokes, also like the Blue Jays. A lot of Blue Jays-esque choking going on in this show. But, yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Azumi loses. You love to see it. I love to see it. Koguma, 14 points. Little above Utami's 14 points, 6 minutes, and we finally got a good Koguma match. I gotta stop. Because I just went through, and I promised to give the star ratings of our fellow Joshi pundits. Alex over at Stardom Quest via Voices of Wrestling. He gave Mirai Saida 3.5. I think that's a little high. Mina Shirakawa Natsupoi 3 stars. This fool. This is a fool we're dealing with here. Keep that in mind. I went 4, he went 3. Gotta disagree with Alex over here. That is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Momo Watanabe Hazuki, you went 4 stars. Can't believe this. Differing opinions. Ami Sourei Sai Kamatani 2 3/4. I'm even lower than that. Mayu Iwatani Starlight Kid 4.5. So he was clearly way into this storyline here. There's your Mayu Io Shirai storyline there. Julia Suzu Suzuki, he went 4.75 out of 5. Oh, man. See, I'm the same. I'm the same with a lot of these. Like, everything on my emotional level, they all hit me the same, but all at high peaks. But I'm not that high on them comparatively. Unagi Sayaka Kogo, he went 3 stars. Saki Kashima, Azumi, 4 stars. Get out of town with that. Alex, what a Joshi scrub. Giving that match 4 stars. Koguma Utami, he went 3.5. And then before I go into Scott E's, I'll just finish my Koguma Utami sequence here. This was very much like the Utami Saki Kashima match. It was Utami kind of bullying and getting big over Koguma. Utami did the Koguma bear pose to really get into it, showing a lot of good energy there, a lot of personality. I went 1 out of 3 rec on this match, but it was really just the finish where Koguma counters the BT bomb into a code red. And unfortunately, a hooded figure comes out afterwards, attacks. Well, didn't even attack, because she stared at Utami. Utami attempts to take the yokai mask off, and it's Natsuko Tora. Like, we haven't seen her at ringside this whole time. Just jump her in post. Like, why do we need this charade here? I don't know. But she wants to fights Utami 18 months after her injury. Can't say I'm excited for this one, boys. Not at all. I hope Utami just puts her in the dirt quick. Let's go over Scott E's star ratings here throughout the show. Saida Mirai, 3.5. Natsupoi Mina Shirakawa, also 3.5. This is nonsense. These guys just can't accept that Mina Shirakawa is Hitman Hart now, reincarnated. That's what it is. Hazuki Momo, he went 4.25. My God, guys. So high. So high. Kamatani, Ami Sourei, he went 3. Yeah, I'm, again, way lower. Mayu Starlight Kid, Julia Suzuki, he went 4.75 on the both of them. My God. Jesus. Some of the greatest matches ever? I don't know. Then Momokogo Unagi, he went 2.75. Less than the Ami Sourei Sai Kamatani match? I don't know about that. Azumi Saki Kashima, 3.75. Guys, it was 40 seconds. Like, what are we doing? Overreacting is fun. Koguma Utami, 3.5. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's get to this. Let's get to the rest of this card. Tam Nakano finishes 16 points, wins B block officially, defeats all caps Saki 10 minutes in 7 minutes, 36 seconds. Pyro for the Stardom Dream, Tam Nakano. Tam Dusty Rhodes Nakano out here to tell the stories like it's NWA 1986. Let's get it on. Misses a high cross body. She sells her injured elbow that's all taped up. She's been doing that since the Mirai match. and we took the exit quick onto Tam Road from here. But not only does Saki make no attempt at the arm, but she also does a wild driver laying out Tam right on her neck and shoulder. Get out of here with that, I screamed. But Tam made short work of her afterwards, hitting a million V-triggers like Kenny Omega. Botches a violet screwdriver, unable to hold her up. Then she hits it. Look, they tried. It was a good effort, but I'm super low on that. Going on over to Alex at Voices Wrestling and Stardom Crest. He went 3.5. I'm like 3 stars around there. And Scott E went 3.5. So I'm just generally lower, with the exception of the Mina match, than all of them. And yet I'm still talking about this being a Show of the Year contender. So just go with my correct ratings rather than these guys are clearly having inflation affect them, even in their Big Dave star ratings. Himeka versus Maika, double knockout in 10 minutes. Himeka and Maika, look, they're just like, damn it, Tam Nakano beat us in the tournament. Now we're just going to go out there for pride. And they went out there and threw bombs for 10 straight minutes, kicked out of both of their established match enders. Forearm collapse. Could have been a little better, but god damn it, this worked. I fucking adored this. This is 4 Big Dave stars as well. Full 3 recommendation. This was fantastic. I spoke about this in the preview, that Himeka and Maika are in the same faction. These faction battles always end in generally like a draw of some kind, but they're always excellent bouts. This was no exception to that rule. Let's see. Alex went 4.25. Finally, I agree with something. And Big Scott E also went 4.25. You know what? Even when I adore a match, I'm still lower. This is crazy. Risa Sera defeats Shuri, as we all expected, gets that W back from their title match. It only went 12 minutes. Good fireman carry slam out of the Penta submission Shuri had on. So that means everyone that had a chance to get in did officially blow it. It is kind of funny. I thought they definitely had a better match in them. I mean, I was on that border of 1 and 2 out of 3. I ended up going 2 out of 3 recommendation here. Clearly, this didn't reach the peak of their title match, but the fact that Risa Sera and Shuri kind of kept it simple, they kept it hard-hitting. This is big match Risa Sera, where she's getting a paycheck, and she's in it for the big match, but she's also not in it for the greatest match. That's kind of what held it back in my mind. Head on over to Alex. He went 4 stars flat, and Scott E went 4 stars flat. So, I'm like 3.5. Again, inflation affecting my podcast competition here. And we finally get to the finals. Tam Nakano versus Julia. Julia wins in a 17 minutes, 28 second classic. It's one of the best matches of the year in my mind. It was super hype. Julia comes out as the stage splits apart like the Red Sea, and she's coming down like Moses with pyro on the sides of her. The music's playing. She is the dude. She is the girl. She is the gal. Pick a word to describe Julia. And clearly, they went over their entrance in the back because Tam Nakano was like, hey, I'm going to come down from the stage with pyro going off the sides. And Julia's like, great idea. I'll go out first. Because a little less impactful when the same person comes out to the same thing the second time. I think they should have done 2 different entrances for the 5-star final. That was like my one pickiness about anything regarding this match. And do I think it's as good as their hair match? I don't. Do I think it was a more complete match? I do. Do I think it was better than the 5-star final last year? Bell to bell? I also don't, but emotionally, it's higher. So, when you kind of put all those things together, I think it's kind of equal in a lot of ways. And the way that they were stealing each other's finishers, they had a lot of callbacks to the hair match. They had a lot of callbacks to various points of the feud. I loved Tam Nakano also kicking out of kind of all the other moves that Julia didn't show off in the Suzu match. They were dropping each other's on their heads. They had a big slap exchange battle. That was great to see. And the Tam Nakano Great Muta run down the ramp like it's at the Tokyo Dome was a nice little spot there. Tam Nakano hitting the Violet Screwdriver and Julia kicking out was a good callback moment. And then the only thing Julia was missing the last time around was the Northern Lights bomb. And that's what puts Tam Nakano away. Very definitive. I love finishes like this when you just, this is the person that's heading to the top. Get used to it. This is who we're putting all our eggs in our basket. And honestly, this was the right decision. I've seen various reviews and chatter online that it was too predictable. And you know what? We've been clamoring for Julia for years to get to this top. We've been waiting for it. And this was the right time to pull the trigger for Julia. And now she's going to probably head on to the big end of year show at Queendom, and she should win. I absolutely believe Julia should win. Do I think it should be another year-long reign? I think that's up to the combination of Hatman and Bushiroad. Is it worth going through another year-long reign for the third year in a row? I mean, I don't see an issue with it if the matches are good and Julia stays as hot as she is. But, man, it really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for, say, she loses it as early as March and she loses to not even Tam. It could be someone else that they have earmarked for the top. Maybe the Cinderella winner this year could actually challenge for the red belt and win. There's a lot of options here. I'm really not saying that Julia needs a year-long win, a year-long reign. I'm not saying that's necessary, but I also wouldn't hate it. I'm not against it. Yeah, like I said, match of the year, 4.75. Big Dave stars for me. Full 3 recommendation without question. I think this is the must-watch match of the year, along with the various others that you've been listening on this podcast. I have no problem with how this show worked out. Alex went 5 stars on Julia Tam, and Scott E went 4.75, so we're all really high. We're all highly rating this. And before I say goodbye for the Stardom section, I have my top 10 matches of the tournament listed here, but I also pulled from Cage Match the top 10 rated 5-star matches throughout the entire tournament, including the final. Number 10 is Mirai Suzuki at 8.23. And this is all at the time I pulled these numbers up earlier in the week. Shuri Utami Hayashishida from July 31st, 8.24. Shuri Tam Nakano from September 23rd has 8.41 at the number 8 spot. Number 7 is Julia Mayu Iwatani, The Draw, from September 11th, has an 8.46. Julia Hazuki from July 30th has an 8.55. So, Shuri, Julia. Number 5, Julia Sayakamatani, 8.62. From September 24th. Number 4, Julia versus Suzuki, 8.7, with 86 votes upon taking this. That's 4 Julia matches in a row. Mayu Iwatani, Starlight Kid, also at 8.7 with 93 votes. So I just put it in the number 3 spot there, October 1st. August 27th, Julia versus Starlight Kid, 8.83. And the Julia Tam Nakano, number 1, 9.15 at this point in time. So yeah, Julia makes the list according to Cage Match. 6 out of the top 10. And then when I go to my top 10 matches of the tournament, I went with what stuck with me the most. This isn't necessarily, and you know me, in 2022, I'm looking for a more emotional connection more than just a vacuum bell to bell. So My personal number 10 is the September 23rd match from day 18. Mina Shirakawa, Saya Kamatani is my number 10. Number 9 is Mayu versus Starlight Kid. Number 8 is Julia Saya Kamatani from day 19 on September 24th. My number 7 is Shuri versus Tam Nakano from September 23rd. Number 6, I have Julia versus Suzu Suzuki from the final night. Number 5, I have Himeka versus Maika. You know me, guys. I love the Maika, and I love that match. That's my number 5. So let's see, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 out of my top 10 all came from the final night, by the way. Number 4, Mayu versus Julia, the tie from day 13, September 11th. Number 3, Starlight Kid versus Julia. I think that was the most fierce of all the matches in the tournament. It definitely had the most grudge. Honestly, I want to see a match where some people bleed. I really want to see that. I think that's what's missing from some of these matches. But the that one was as close as you're going to get. Number 2, and I think this might surprise a lot of people, it's the Korakuen Hall show from day 5. It's Mirai versus Suzu Suzuki. And if you listen to that, if you go back and listen to that review, that to me was a big shock of the tournament, not just from the match perspective, but also the crowd connection. And it was that sold out Korakuen Hall, the impact of Suzu coming out of this tournament losing, Mirai just reaching another level in her stardom and where she fits into the hierarchy of the promotion. That just really hit me at a much bigger emotional connecting level, and it's one of my top 10 Stardom matches of the year currently. But number 1 is obviously Julia versus Tam Nakano in the finals, and that is it. So again, preface that those are just what matches connected to me emotionally the most, and it's kind of because even from a bell-to-bell perspective, everything's just great. And it's just kind of picking then what connected with me the most as a fan. And I think a lot of, even if you look at the cage match results, a lot of that kind of coincides. Julia Tam, Julia Starlight Kid, Mayu Starlight Kid, Julia Suzuki. Those are all which ones connected with people emotionally the most. It's really what I'm driving at. I would say the first bell-to-bell match that hit the list on cage match would be that Julia Saya Kamatani match. And that was my number 8. So Julia, definitely coming away as the MVP of the tournament here. I would say, actually, let me pull up my match guide, because then I could give you the actual ranks from how I presented the tournament. I mentioned it in the previous episode, but Julia's number 1 with 27 points. Sai Kamatani, number 2. And then I have a 3-way tie for who got the number 3 position, and that would be at 22 points in total. Starlight Kid, Hazuki, and Natsupoi are all right there. Bang, bang, bang for the number 3 spot. I would say most improved or overachieving was Mina Shirakawa. I would say underachieving would be Azumi. I was not impressed with her tournament. She had maybe 1 or 2 matches that stuck with me. And I would say the LVP would be Koguma. She was just a lot of comedy in the undercard. She was just there to do bear poses and bear rolls. I did not like that. But yeah, Mina Shirakawa, the big overachiever in the tournament. And again, just to reiterate, Julia is my MVP. Saya Kamatani's the silver medal. And then a bronze medal 3-way tie between Kid, Hazuki, and Natsupoi. What a 5-star. And what a review. We're like an hour into this thing, and I still have Tokyo Joshi Pro to do, so I will hit that music, and I can quickly go through that show. Here we go. All right, I'm just pouring a refreshing beer after Wrestle Princess 3. And yes, I'm recording this on the day Wrestle Princess 3 happened. Only a few hours removed from the show. watching it on Wrestle Universe. No, let me check if anybody from Voices Wrestling has a review up, and then I can kind of go off that. Nothing up yet. Okay. But I do have the cage match ratings, which are absurdly high for TJPW, but I'm just going to use the match times from here. Scott E has not finished the show, it seemed, or he hasn't input everything, but nothing's like super high. But anyways, I came away from the show with 3 recommended matches. 1 really good match and 2 pretty good matches. Nothing hit the 2 out of 3 scale with me. And ultimately, my worries of the show, on one hand, came to fruition. On the other hand, one match vastly exceeded my going-in excitement levels. Which I guess isn't the worst thing in the world. I thought the main event of Yuka Sakazaki versus Shoko Nakajima was, and is, currently the best non-women's Stardom match this year. I know that's putting a big asterisk next to it, but it might be the 5th best match I have this year for women's wrestling. I need to really look over, when I'm making my Voices Wrestling top 10 matches of the year and submitting that as I do every year. This match is going to be on there. This Yuka Shoko match. And it's certainly not how it connected with me emotionally, like a lot of Stardom matches have this year. But with the way it was worked and the story being told, because I'm personally a big Yuka Sakazaki fan, so of course it's going to hit with me a lot higher than others. And I'm certainly not into the Miyu Watanabe fake push that they're giving her, or at least their idea of a push. But the Yuka story, I think, was told pretty well, for the most part. The big flaw behind TJPW is its inability to elevate stars into competing in the main event. Everyone has talked about it to death, so I'm not going to reiterate a lot of that on this show, just to make it clear. But I went full 3 on that Shoko Yuka match without even questioning. It went 22 minutes and 44 seconds. It currently has an 8.5 with 15 votes. Let's see. Let me refresh this. Maybe there's more votes in. 8.58 on 18 votes. There you go. And honestly, it might be an accurate rating for it. It's very enjoyable. The attendance of the show was 1,007 people. So they are up from their 900 from last year. It was half capacity at Tokyo Dome City Hall. So even without the stage, they could only get 1,500. With the stage, it looks like, they subtracted another 500 from that, basically. And this is what I was talking about in the preview, where this really never felt like their top show of the year. And it wasn't set up for it to be the top show of the year either. And that ranged from the challengers to the undercard that was built, to the mid-card, to even how it was advertised coming out of the Princess Cup. This felt like their 3rd best show of the year. And this felt like their 3rd place show of the year. And I've listened to people like Scott E and some discussions, and I'm not picking on Scott E tonight. It's just, he's just the other Joshi guy, right? That I like listening to. And he's been on this podcast before. And he was guesting on Voices of Wrestling flagship recently, previewing the show, and he himself called it their WrestleMania, their biggest show of the year. And I think it's time we evaluate Wrestle Princess as it's not that. Because if it was, they'd be running a bigger arena. They'd be trying to get more people in there for these shows, because at Grand Princess, they got 1,700, and at Summer Sun, they got 1,100. So they have the ability to get more people in the building. And for this show, they chose to stick with cheering crowds, half capacity, which then sets a limit on it immediately to what you're truly going for. You're handcuffing the promotion and its ability to draw for the purpose of trying to get a live viewing audience. Now, TJPW themselves and Cyberfight have said that TJPW's goal is an international audience. So if that's the case, that's going to make that certainly more. I just don't have, none of us really have the records to kind of point to that Wrestle Universe subscriptions are up because of the cheering. I just don't, none of us know that information. So I'm going by that this was set up to be third. It got third, and a lot of the matches going in were very underwhelming, and how and what that they were advertising for the show was also underwhelming. Hikaru Shida clearly, I think, was supposed to be on this card, and then Riho got slotted in to that spot. And there's going to be some things that I want to see out of TJPW to continue to improve, because they really are far and away the number 2 Joshi promotion, and they're about, number 5, 6 in Japan right now with how they run and their pushing of talent in varying degrees of our criticisms. There's never anything on Miyu, Yuka, and Shoko specifically. It's just who else is there. And I consistently argue that Rika isn't. She's a distant 4th and 5th along with Mizuki. We'll get to that. But anyways, I'll just kind of speed run through a lot of this because I have been talking a while. And really, I already spoke about the main event being great. Now I will get to that again. But Jiri Nagano, Moka Miyamoto in the opener defeat Arisu Endo, Kaya Toribami, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Nagano gets her first win, pinning Toribami. Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about Endo. I think she's above these nothing openers. Jiri Nagano getting a little highlight win here, I think is good. I, personally, stick the cat here. Arisa Endo, get her higher up the card. She still hasn't gotten a big win yet. This needs to happen, immediately. It needed to happen 6 months ago. This is absurd at this point. But a decent little opening match nonetheless, despite that. This is a lot of my criticism for the show. I liked the show. I enjoyed the show. I enjoyed the matches. It's a lot more with how you listeners and listening to me, I assume a lot of the listeners out there, at least the veteran listeners of RLR proper and myself, we want to see more. We want to see these matches go somewhere. We want them to be meaningful. We want the wrestlers that we like seeing to be in more meaningful matches where they can go up and down the card accordingly. If you're not going to book yourself like an indie promotion running once a month, then let's get some movement here. Let's get some meaningful matches here. Because I want to see TJPW improve, and you see it up and down the card with a lot of the roster. Moka Miyamoto, this time last year in the Princess Cup, she was one of the worst on the roster, and now she's a nice little mid-card wrestler that they're still putting in the undercard a year later. She has vastly improved, and you saw it in this match. She is a step above Nagano and Toribami and half the people above her, and yet how long is she going to be stuck in this position is the big question. And this Yuri Nagano Mocha team, it's got a good aesthetic to it. This trios match was one part frustrating and one part I have takes. Now Kakeda, Yoshiko Hasegawa, the former Yappy, and Yuna Manase, the now new member of... I didn't talk about Tag League. You know what? Tag League's happening. Forget about it. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna cover it on the podcast. No reason to preview it, but they defeat Haruno Neko, and then the Toyo mates Kiryu and Kamiyu in 12 minutes. So it's team former actress girls here. And here's a take I will come out of this. Yuna Manase is terrible. She is real bad now. She no-sells the roster. She's clearly much bigger, but she can't really run like she used to. And she clearly has no desire to utilize this veteranship to get people over. So what is her purpose in TJPW other than to fill out a card that, honestly, I'd like to see fresher talent come in and do that. Now, this team of Now Calcutta and Yoshiko Hasegawa, they got something. They got something aesthetically. They got something going. And this isn't even an age thing. Not really. Because TJPW needs all the fresh talent they can get. And if I'm looking at this is a tag team that you can push. And I think Yoshiko Hasegawa is a lot better than a good chunk of this roster. And with her look and her appeal, because I believe she's 36, I'm not even saying it's again, I can't preface this enough. This is not an age thing. Now, she does have past neck issues. I think give her a chance. This whole, like, Ganbare, TJPW, separatist thing, and even, to an extent, the Saki Akai and DDT, like, this promotion would be much better if they would cross-book people of interest into positions of interest. So, what I'm saying is, Yoshika Asagawa, why not have a nice little, like, V1 defense or something against the new champion, right? Yuka Sakazaki. I'm not even saying it has to be built up or anything. It's just she comes out, it's like, hey, I want a shot. Maybe that's a good defense for the international title. Something. Again, I just want substance on a lot of these shows rather than insert tag match situation. Because these things rarely ever lead to anywhere, or at least lead to anything that we can predict properly. Ryu Mizunami defeats Suzume. I went 1 out of 3 on this. This was one of the 3 matches I recommend. It was a lot of veteran no-selling at the start. Eventually, Suzume builds up to some near falls. There was a couple botches here and there. But then when it turned the corner into the finishing stretch, Ryu Mizunami kind of put her in the dirt pretty bad. I thought I was going to get to a 2 out of 3, but ultimately I don't think it really did that. It's just more of kind of the same with Ryu Mizunami, where she's beaten Suzume, she's beaten Hikari Noah. Who else did she beat? I know Hikaru Shida beat Noah. It's a lot of these outsiders just coming in and beating up your undercard / mid-card players. And if this, like, led anywhere to, like, if we're leading to a Ryu Mizunami going for a Princess of Princess title match down the line, then fine. That's okay. Because now you've built her up over multiple cards, and she's a viable challenger. If she's just going to continue doing this, then, again, this is where I question, what purpose does she serve? Because all she's doing is proving that she's better than your roster. You're this outsider, and that's not a good look. Now, if they come back and do this match 2 months from now, and the story of Suzume has leveled up, and Suzume gives her the ring a bell 1, 2, 3, good story. I just don't think they do that, and I don't get the inkling that they're leading to anything like that. Match in a vacuum, totally fine. Nice little veteran, less veteran match, but, you know, let's push this talent. TDC rules match, Mizuki defeats Hyper Misao, 8 minutes, 25 seconds. I believe the shortest match on the entire show, believe it or not. But, you know, it's a hijinks match. It's Hyper Misao. She had a gun in her pants. Just standing there, and I'm like, what is going on? This was TJPW in Showcase. It's absolutely what that was. It was the hijinks of a Hyper Misao match that you've grown accustomed with. Very funny trash can spot on the stage where Mizuki is bonked in the head with the trash can lid and she falls into it. But then she immediately gets out and she does a wacky little fire extinguisher spot. Mizuki wins with a double foot stomp that she kind of didn't hit all the way on Misao off a ladder back into the ring. But you got to think that I guess this is the number 1 contender match for Mizuki to get a shot on January 4th against Yuka, because they still see, TJPW is they, in this case, January 4th as a big show. Now, are they still going to have the half-capacity cheering standards by January 4th, 2023? I don't know. It's very possible. But I gotta question this. Hyper Misao is the gatekeeper to the number 1 contendership booking. It's very bizarre. 12 minutes, 48 seconds. The team of Maxine Paler, Rika Tatsumi, new gear, way better than the last. Yuki Aino defeat, no selling Aja Kong, and scared to death Pam Harajuku, and Raku was also there. This match never ended. It was filled with wacky Maxine Paler stuff. Rika Tatsumi was the saving grace of this match, where she did some little hijinks in herself. And up to this point in the card, I was like, this is really feeling house showy. With the exception of Mizunami Suzume, which could have been like the main event of a house show at, I don't know, Shinkiba First Ring with the way it was presented. But Aja Kong and Impaler didn't do all that much together. They ran at each other. Well, Max the Impaler ran, and Aja Kong kind of took 3 steps. Aja Kong in trios matches is fine, but when, you got wrestlers being scared of people and Rika Tatsumi still just not really getting the better of Aja Kong at that, it's something just doesn't sit right with there. I know TJPW fans had a ball with this match because it was nice and fun. Be happy with pro wrestling type stuff, but this is Wrestle Princess 3, and we're doing essentially comedy in the mid card. I don't know. 1 to Million defeat Hikari Noa and Riho. 13 minutes, 44 seconds. House show match, really. Riho got in there, did a few things with Miyu, did a few things with Maki. She got out. Hikari Noa got punked by the other two, and she ate the pin. It's what you come to expect. Should Maki Ito and Miyu Yamashita come out of this match challenging for the tag titles? Yes, they should have. The second that Princess tag title match ended, they should have been like, we're challenging January 4th, we're coming for it. Or we're challenging at a Korakuen Hall in November. That's what I would have liked to see. Can they do that later on tour? Yeah, sure. Would have liked to see something here. Make the matches mean something that we can tangibly see. International Princess title match. One of the easiest things to predict. Miyu Watanabe defeats Alex Windsor in only 10 minutes, 21 seconds. This was really short. And it's kind of the second shortest match on the show. I know, not technically, but with the exception of the Mizuki Hyper Misao match, this was really, really short. Just when it thought it was getting up to a next gear and we're going to start doing big near falls and throwing more bombs, Miyu Watanabe just picks her up for the teardrop and pins Alex Windsor. And Alex Windsor did look pretty good. They did a lot of slow stuff for the first 4 minutes, and then at the 5-minute mark, they started to pick it up. And it was really kind of that ending stretch that never hit that next gear. And the votes are kind of looking like it too at a 7.65. And for TJPW fans to be that low, I get the feeling that they kind of think the same way with this match right now. Commentary kind of put, I want to mention Balianaki on commentary. He's got to go. He's got to go. He actively ruins matches with his, God damn! Oh, Jesus Christ! God damn it! Horrible. Horrible commentary. Chris Brooks, he's great. Keep him. But commentary really putting this over as a huge, huge, huge win for Miyu Watanabe, her first singles title. And I get that. And we all saw this coming, or at least listeners of this podcast did, where Miyu losing in the Princess Cup, she was going to be slated to get the IP title next, and she did, and she won. And really all this does is elevate her from undercard officially to this mid-card area where Hikari Noa, Yuki Kamifuku it's these people that she's now even with. That's where that's the line she's at. Maybe you can put her a little bit higher because she's the champion now, and that's fair. But as for a main eventer, she's still, to me, below Maki Ito, Mizuki, Hyper Misao, to an extent. That's she's not upper mid-card yet. She's just mid-card. Nice little match, 1 out of 3. Princess Tag Team title match. This was as bad as I feared. This went 17 minutes, and this was borderline Chinese water torture. I could not believe my eyes at time that this was the semi-main event of their third biggest show of the year. And here we have the Uprising, whom I think only Nightshade has been in TJPW once before, like 3 or 4 years ago. Horrible. This is right up there for Joshi title matches, one of the worst of the year. This is right up there with that Maya Yukihi Akino match from Oz Academy earlier in the year. And where that match was extremely boring, this one was boring and also in-ring terrible. I, again, could not believe my eyes. I could, but I couldn't. Because Rhea O'Reilly and Nightshade are bad. They are real bad. Yuki Arai is still pretty green, and boy, was it the icing on the cake when Yuki Arai missed the axe kick, essentially, to get the winning pin. I felt like this match would never end. It was not exciting at any point in time. Everyone felt lost the entire time. Nightshade and Rhea O'Reilly can't run the ropes. They can't use the ropes. Their offense is the least impactful thing you can imagine. And if you want an example of how much I was annoyed during this, is I was going on Twitter putting memes. Rhea O'Reilly's trying to throw uppercuts where she's missing the people 2 feet away. Bad. Bad, 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 bad. Bad, 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 bad. Yuka Sakazaki defeats Shoko Nakajima, 22 minutes, 44 seconds. New Princess of Princess champion. I love this match. And I was very happy when Shoko's geek gear started falling apart on her to get all those like kaiju feet and hands away from her. And Yuka throwing it away out of the ring, ripping the tail off and throwing it out. Yuka went big match, big league style here. And if this is the future of Yuka and her title reign, I'm all in. I'm all in. Like, if this is what TJPW is going to go with, then I'll just accept it. And I even have posted, I'm going to pull this up here, how Yuka's reign should go. How to book big match Yuka title reign. She's going to defeat Ryu Mizunami in November/December. She's going to defeat Riho on January 4th. She's going to defeat Rika in February. Defeat Hikaru Shida at Grand Princess in March. Defeat Alex Windsor in April. Defeat Miyu Watanabe in May, because love is mid, love is dead to me. And then she's going to finally lose to Mizuki at Cyber Fight Festival, killing 2 birds in 1 stone, where Yuka cannot win at Cyber Fight Festival, and she finally loses to Mizuki, and we get a new, fresh champion. There's my big book on Yuka title reign they should do. And honestly, what I've laid out here are people she could beat and people that have looked strong in the promotion and actually give meaning to a lot of your past matches. And in the middle there, I really think Shida and Miyu Yamashita should have a big singles match, and Yamashita loses to Shida. Or you could do Grand Princess Miyu Yamashita and Yuka again, because they've done that. I mean, that's really what I'm doing here. It's like, let's do some fresh matchups with people that you can bring in and potentially Yuka looks great against. And what's preventing Shida from just getting a victory back over Yuka on Dynamite or Dark or whatever? But that's the point there. Yuka in this match was fierce. Everything she did was timed out super well, and the in between the moves, it really felt like someone reaching another level with their game. And look, I'm not taking anything away from Shoko here. There was a couple little messed up spots there, but I don't think they took anything away from the match. Shoko looked great. The gear minus the kaiju feet and hands looked great. It looked like she looked the best she had been all year. And this was, to me, better than the Rika match. This was a great match for her to lose the title to. I have been outspoken on, I think this Shoko reign was not only pretty bad most of the time, but it also incredibly unnecessary. Regardless of that, to get to this Yuka point where her title reign was during COVID and now we get a second try with it, on paper, none of these things are the worst things in the world. They all make sense, and story-wise, it's just the optics of having the same 3 people for the past 10 years wears on you. What doesn't wear is good wrestling matches, and that's what Yuka Sakazaki gave in this match, and Shoko was right there to bring it all in, basically the entire time. And that's what I gotta make a timestamp here. And that's what I really liked about this. The pace, the movement, the moments where they picked and chose where they were going to kind of slow the match down and pick it back up. There was an interesting moment where Shoko's going to the top to hit the senton, and Yuka gets up, and then she just kind of stares at her. And they just have this stare off, like, come and bring it kind of situation. I think the one thing this match was missing was Shoko hitting the top rope senton and Yuka kicking out. That's what this missed. If they save that and it's Shoko hitting the senton and, I don't know, Miyu Watanabe kicks out of it and beats her again clean, okay. I like that because that move has been the death move for Shoko. Could be also a case of just protecting a finisher, and that's fine. But Shoko in this match never really had any convincing victorious moments. All of this was to put Yuka over as the next monster, just like with the Miyu Yamashita run. And in that sense, Yuka played this role well. She played it basically as a heel, where she's out to win this fucking match. Whether it was the tope, in which Yuka caught her and then suplexed her over her head on the floor. That was rad. And as soon as Shoko gets to the ring, she goes for a big crucifix roll-up. A lot of movement like that in the match. And there were huge moves, which really put this match over the top. Shoko hitting the senton on the apron. She almost slipped, which was terrifying. And my favorite was Yuka hitting the merry-go-round, which she put a lot of people away with all year, from the top rope on Shoko. And then later in the match, she hits it again, and instead of going for the pin, she puts her away with the big main event move, the 450 springboard. Main eventers get put away with main eventer moves. I love this match. I went 4.5. I'm curious what other people do. This is easily, again, not only just my TJPW match of the year. I have this rated higher than both Arisa Nakajima, Tsukatsu Fujimoto matches. I thought the stakes were much higher in this one than those two, because this one also had a big story connection to me with the Yuka back to the top, winning the Princess Cup. Like, I get it. I just want more fresh matchups, is what I'm saying. Regardless, fantastic. Wrestle Princess as a whole, I thought was a big miss. I thought it was very underwhelming. It felt like bronze medal out there. And besides the main event, I thought nothing was gearing me towards a big show in November or December. Nothing was gearing me towards January 4th. A lot of that just remains to be seen. We'll see what they build up from there. And besides that, I will see you guys next time. And it is episode 78, All Japan Women Destiny time. And this is Legacy of Queens from the Nippon Budokan, August 25th, 1993. Look, guys, last episode, we finished, finally, the Japan Grand Prix of 1993, which saw Akira Hokuto defeat Yumiko Hotta in the finals. Not the match you were expecting, but definitely a match you should check out from the entire Grand Prix is Akira Hokuto Manami Toyota in the semifinals. One of the best matches you will find. On this episode, yes, we are doing Legacy of Queens, and it's going to be a two-parter. This first part is us kind of catching up on the classics. We're kind of trying to stay in order as best we can, but we're going to probably find out real quick here that the classics don't exactly follow what we should cover and what we probably can find and have access to now. All Japan Women has taken off into the mainstream in 1993 yet again, but in a completely different way. As in the fact it's mostly the wrestling fans that have now taken notice, as opposed to the 80s. Yes, it was still mainstream in the sense of the word, but clearly we've been over this many, many podcast episodes now. The audience has completely changed from the teenagers and the teenage girls and the women audience to a wrestling audience, which is predominantly male, but a wrestling audience nonetheless. So this is one of the biggest shows of the year from 1993, and a good example of All Japan Women's consistent growth since coming out of the retirements of their most popular stars of the 80s. And Bull Nakano slowing down as well, but clearly the mandatory retirement rule is no longer a thing, because Bull Nakano, despite taking a step back, is still on these cards, and she's still plugging away. And Legacy of Queens is no exception to Bull Nakano still being one of the best, one of the most, we'll put it in quotes, pushed. Because she certainly isn't a pushed star, but she's still heavily protected. Think of kind of escalating up and down the card in modern times, but instead she's just gonna be at the bottom, but yet when something super important rolls around, you bet your ass she's gonna be at the top. So if we look ahead for a second here, before we go into Legacy of Queens, what the show drew, and all those nice little things we like talking about, we're looking towards a few other big shows, namely Marine Piad, which takes place in October, and Queendom, which takes place, I believe it's going to happen in March of 94, but there's also going to be two other shows for the remainder of 1993 we must mention, and one is in late September, which the classics are not covering, is the AJW LLPW Total Opposition War Show, which takes place in Nagoya. Very important show there, and we're going to see some fallout from this show on how it affects those shows going forward. And then there's a big tag league tour, and AJW in the 90s right now, especially 93, the tour's got to go on for like 50 million days. It's just incredible. But they have Wrestle Queendom November 28th. That is the day. And then it's Saint Battle. That's what I was thinking of. Saint Battle. Saint Battle final takes place in December of 93. What the classics will get to is a certain show that takes place in Yokohama. That's in March of 94. We got to look out for these shows. What they're drawing, what the impact is, who is on these cards, and who's going over. That's what's important. And if you're listening to and following along on the Patreon, patreon.com/RedLeafRetrocast, to the LLPW reviews, this is the time when LLPW has really cemented themselves into the scene as something more than just like a monthly produce show. They are now a respected bunch, more or less, into the Joshi scene, and there are certain, we'll call them stars, that are building up their own credibility among the fan base and among the scene. And LLPW themselves want the crossover appeal with AJW. They are the top group. They have the wrestling fan base. And LLPW is definitely selling out Korakuen Hall, but they can't get out of Korakuen Hall. Again, LLPW reviews. We've actually gone through all of the start in 92. We've completed 1993, and we've started 1994. So AJW has quickly caught up. And a couple of those crossover shows were covered on LLPW reviews over on the Patreon. Legacy of Queens. Okay. We head on over to the September 6th, 1993 Wrestling Observer newsletter, which these are very useful now. Because before, in the 80s, not really covered. It was more for women. Very hard to find translation articles. Again, you're a longtime listener of this podcast. You know the struggle of just even trying to find the videos outside of the classics of the 80s. Things pop up every now and again. We get to do it. But now, with its newfound popularity in the 90s and the rising of stars such as Akira Hokuto, Bull Nakano took him into the next era, the passing of the torch to Aja Kong, along with really a boom period in the early 90s with New Japan and All Japan Pro Wrestling. wrestling's doing very well now in Japan. Even to the extent that LOPW can just go to Korakuen Hall on same-day shows of which the Tokyo Dome are running, or certain city halls down the road. LOPW can get allegedly 2,000 plus people into the arena, and those shows do look full. So whatever the true number is, they're full nonetheless. And the Observer is covering a lot of things, whether it's television ratings in Japan, because they do have TV deals. Maybe not as ideal in the 80s, but they're TV deals nonetheless. And All Japan Women are running more often these Budokan hall shows and the like. So as soon as you start running bigger arenas outside Korakuen, more people start paying attention to you, and that's how you're truly breaking in. So, despite from the Observer, September 6, 93, despite having a 5 p.m. starting time on a Wednesday night, the All Japan Women's Budokan Legacy of Queen show drew an announced 14,500 fans, 2,000 shy of a sellout. The show headlined by Aja Kong, the 3WA champion, defending the title against the JWP champion, Dynamite Kansai. This was the third largest recorded crowd in the history for a women's pro wrestling show. Certainly the second largest gate ever, trailing only a 1941 match in Louisville, Kentucky, featuring Mildred Burke and Elvira Snodgrass. Excellent last name. Love that. That drew 18,000. And the Dream Slam 1 show from earlier this year, April 2nd, 1993, at the Yokohama Arena, drew 16,500 fans. And in some ways, this crowd, and I do agree with this assessment that I'm just about to read from the Observer, because I was thinking something very much along these lines. So the quote continues. In some ways, this crowd was more impressive than Dream Slam 1 for a number of reasons. First, Dream Slam 1 was the first show filled with interpromotional matches. Not exactly true, but yeah, the first big interpromotional show. The first show with a gimmick such as that should draw better than subsequent shows. Factual. In addition, Dream Slam 1 featured the return to the ring of Chigusa Nagayo. Did not work on this card at Legacy of Queens. The early starting time of a weekday couldn't have helped either. So that's where if you listen to, Red Leaf Retrocast proper, or here on All Japan Women, especially when talking about Stardom and the like, it's very important when you're evaluating attendances to realize what day of the week it is, what kind of show it is, what time it is. If it's a primetime night, Saturday night show, you should expect higher numbers more or less than what you got compared to, say, a Monday morning or Monday late afternoon kind of deal. You get the idea, though. I continue back to the quote. As far as a gate, it almost surely only trailed Dream Slam 1 and may have been the second $1 million house in the history of women's wrestling. Now, was not able to exactly confirm if this Legacy of Queen show was a $1 million gate. I found one source that said it did, one source that said it got to about 950,000. So I'd like to preface that the source did not include the merchandise/program sales. I don't think that would be enough to crack the $1 million, but even if we're going push comes to shove and comp tickets, I believe, based on the information I have, that we're damn close to $1 million with this show, Legacy of Queens, which is quite the accomplishment, regardless of the number cracking that or not. I mean, just recently, in the broader sense, AEW Grand Slam on television was one of the few television $1 million gates in history. So that shows just how tough it is to even cross that number. But even I would say approaching that number is remarkable in and of itself, let alone a women's promotion doing this, whether it's the stigma of women's sports, stigma of women's wrestling, stigma of the culture around women's wrestling. There's a lot of factors to consider there. Let's see. Later in the Observer, he starts going on and on about the various matches. But I want to take this on over to the September 27th, 1993 Observer, where there's a good, since the next show we're going to cover is probably going to be something in September, this is important to know. Just some notes from this. All Japan announced its tag team tournament starting on October 10th, so we're still, a month away from this. Regardless, the teams are Kira Hokuto, Manami Toyota teaming up. Pay attention to that name, Akira Hokuto, because I'll have more on her in a sec. Aja Kong and Saki Hasegawa are a team. That should be super interesting. Hopefully, Saki Hasegawa doesn't eat every single pin imaginable and they lose. Mita and Shimoda, LCO, teaming up. Suzuka Minami is teaming with Bat Yoshinaga. Now, Bat Yoshinaga, if we go on over to her cage match here, because I wanted to bring her up as well. I've mentioned the last couple podcast episodes here on All Japan Women Destiny. If you're listening on that feed, thank you. If you're listening on Redleaf for Retrocast proper, also good. But Bat Yoshinaga we've mentioned a few times in these recent episodes because her career is coming to an end soon. A few podcasts ago, it was revealed that she's had severe neck issues and she's dealing through injuries. And let's face it, she isn't very... So, Bat Yoshinaga, her last match effectively is the AJW title tournament, which takes place in mid-September. She will not be in this tag tournament, as far as I'm aware. She does try to make a brief comeback later, but... And I haven't looked at the exact tag league as of yet, and I kind of want to do this in a fun little mysterious way, so I don't know literally everything going in. So who becomes Suzuka Minami's partner is going to be a fun thing to find out. Yumika Hota and Takako Inoue are a team. Toshi Yamada and Kyoko Inoue are a team. So it's interesting that Toyota is not teaming with Yamada, and Kyoko isn't with Hokuto, so they're keeping things fresh. The LLPW team coming in is Eagle Sawai and Yasha Kuranai. So not Harley Saito and not Miki Honda. That's why I wanted to bring them up. And Kairi Ito and Tomoko Watanabe are the team that's probably going to get last place. Then they announced a bunch of opening matches. It is important to note that Reggie Bennett will be coming in for a couple dates to AJW. I bring her up specifically because she becomes quite the figure going forward in AJW, and this is kind of her first taste. The real first taste we saw of her, at least in terms of this podcast, was actually on the LLPW reviews when the LLPW wrestlers went over to Minnesota, and Reggie Bennett was one of the big babyface stars. It was announced October 9th at Tokyo Bay NK Hall, which is the Wrestle Marine Priad show. Bennett will team with Bull Nakano, taking on Suzuka Minami and Yumika Hota. And expect Medusa to do occasional one-week tours with AJW soon. So we're getting the Gaijins in. Then they announced a couple tournaments. They announced the last champion for the Japanese women title was Debbie Malenko. She will not return to this promotion after breaking her leg in March. Although the latest word is that Malenko and Terry Power, who are both regulars in the group and suffered serious injuries, will return around January, is what is being reported. Don't hold your breath on Debbie Malenko. Little television show news. Here you go. All Japan Women's Television Show covered last week, so this would be the week prior to September 27th, 93, showed the main event of this Legacy of Queen show, Aja Kong versus Dynamite Kansai. Drew a 6.8 rating, which shows that when taken out of the late night time slot, the group still maintains one hell of a lot of mainstream appeal. Now, that 6.8 rating is very good at the time. They were not in their usual like midnight 1 a.m. time slot where they get like ones or less. It's definitely something to be said that if you put AJW on TV, they can draw for the big important things, which is why something like this was thrown in there. And probably one of the most interesting things is what I'm about to read here for the next few things. Akira Hokuto who's been working with a broken bone in her back and blown out knee, has finally taken time off to undergo knee surgery, although she'll be back next week for the September 29th show. So, this is just how absurd these women worked through injuries. If you look at Akira Hokuto's match guide here, and you look at 1993, she blew out her knee, and she's been dealing with back injuries essentially all summer. It's pretty much just been found out there's a bone busted back there, and why she just continues to work. She takes no time off, and why she is considering retirement at the end of the year in 1993, which goes into a match or two that we're going to go into when we kind of go through these matches here. But if you look at this show, this show took place on August 25th, 1993. She blew out her knee on August 21st. She will continue to work these shows weekly, all throughout the rest of August and throughout September, up until September 5th, I believe. So if we're going by the Observer, she will be back in the next week in October, which would absolutely coincide with what I'm seeing here, where she comes back on October 7th against Suzuka Minami to set up for... She's basically coming back for the Wrestle Marine Pied main event against Aja Kong because she won the Japan Grand Prix. So, if you want to look at a timeline, she takes like 4 weeks off, if we're being generous. It's pretty absurd how much this woman worked and why this is kind of known as her last great year. So from, I would say, the time when she returned after breaking her neck and her climbing up the card to this 93, she becomes an enigma in the scene. Now, we're going to find out in 94, 95, 96, and so on, how often she works and what position she's in and how much of a star she maintains, so to say. And we're going to judge some things on that, for sure. But she'll never reach this level of, I would say, fever pitch in ring ever again, because she just works so much. The quantity is so much there. It's much in the same realm of Bull Nakano from 89 to about 92. Very much in that thing. Now, people also say that Bull Nakano wound down after she dropped the title, and she still worked 200 matches. Maybe we'll find out Akira Hokuto does exactly that. She gets the occasional main event, but she's still working 100-plus matches a year, which, if we put in modern terms, is still a lot. So that's what we're going off there. And then, Bull Nakano announced for the October 25th LLPW show at Korakuen Hall. Again, go to the LLPW reviews, get to listen to more Bull Nakano beat some LLPW ass. And just some LLPW news that I had discovered right here. A 190-pound female powerlifter called Powerhouse Rayon will debut for LLPW shortly. Not true. We do not see this debut. So something either happens or it's something that was severely delayed, because we're in 94 now. There was no Powerhouse Rayon to be seen. Great name, by the way. Powerhouse Rayon. All right. Legacy of Queens. The classics will not cover on this episode the matches of Infernal Kaoru and Chaprita Asari taking on Bolshoi Kid Candy Akatsu of JWP, Toshi Yamada and Kara Ito taking on the FMW duo of Kudo and Nabeno, and the main event of Aja Kong and Dynamite Kansai. Not title versus title, but title of the 3WA kind. That is for the next episode. We'll be going into a lot of breakdown over that Aja Kong Kansai match because I have never seen it, and I really want to. So, we begin. Let's see if I can do this in order of when... Let's see. I'll just do it in the order that the classics have presented. So, Classics episode 77 begins with the 6-woman tag match of Tomoko Watanabe, Numachi, and Chikako Shiratori, taking on and defeating the team of Utaka Hozumi, Yasha Kurenai, and Mizuki Endo. This match went 15 minutes, 42 seconds. It's unbelievably long, and I must talk about this arena setup and stage setup. It's very late 80s, early 1990s WCW-esque, but still maintaining what we've known from AJW now from a few of their big shows. They're definitely evolving with the times in presentation, I would say. They're still definitely way more extravagant than, say, the black tights of New Japan. I mean, nobody's out here dressing like Jushin Thunder Liger, unless you want to count Akira Hokuto's entrance. However, there's definitely a lot more feeling of individuality in AJW if you're comparing to UWF, New Japan, and All Japan Pro Wrestling. All Japan Pro Wrestling does have, Kawada with the yellow tights, Masao with the green, those types of things. But for things like gear and unique stage presentation, they're taking that aspect and element kind of from WCW is my take. And reading interviews from various people like Kyoko Inoue and Manami Toyota, they watched a lot of early WCW, and they liked things such as the move innovation and the ability and want to try to new things. And so I'm really wondering now if they had input to, hey, let's make this stage something special. Because we saw it at Marine Piad with Aja Kong Buldakano on that day. And this one really looks like the wrestlers are exiting a castle. It looks like a theater, 2D castle cardboard set, but they're entering and exiting through these castle doors and walls, and it's got good blue lights. It looks like a queen entering her kingdom, which is the ring. And I have to believe that's on purpose, so to say. As for the match, as for the gear. So, Hozumi has her little goofy flower fan, or feather fan. Yasha Kurenai with her wooden sword stick and her delinquent look that she's got going on, the parachute pants and whatnot. Mizuki Endo, onesie, big geek there. Talk about her a lot on LLPW. But when the AJW crew come out, this trio is something to behold with your eyes. Tomoko Watanabe looks like an actual wrestler. She's going to go out there and do some mat wrestling. Know what I mean? And then we got Chikako Shiratori coming out in a nice little Sunday dress with a fancy Sunday hat. And looks like... Honestly, it looked like all 6 of these people were going to spend their time at the beach in their own way. Endo and Watanabe, they're going in the ocean. And they're going to go swimming. Hozumi with the fan, Shiratori, they're gonna go out shopping to all the little stores that are near the beach, and then Kurenai is going to bully Numachi, who's in. I guess she's gonna dig holes in the sand and wears her goofy little helmet for protection. Numachi, the gardener, she got to go. She is full geek. I don't know. She is such a standout on this roster and what they're presenting because of what a goof she looks and acts. I mean, she's poking Yasha Kurenai with the plastic shovel, and it is a plastic shovel, just like what you would like dig a hole at the beach with. It is that ridiculous. I did laugh in the match with Watanabe taking the plastic little helmet, putting it on her head and doing headbutts. That made me laugh. That got a kick out of me. The match was a lot of Yasha Kurenai doing choke slams to, I believe it was Shiratori, but my takeaway is Chikako Shiratori is developing pretty quick, and she's really coming across the screen and popping out, and that's probably why she's getting bigger and bigger looks to her, and the gear's getting more individualistic. Tomoko Watanabe, she started on that, and don't get me wrong, in the ring, she's really standing out more and more, doing flip moonsault presses off the top. I mean, they're doing electric chairs. These wrestlers up and down the card are trying a lot of new things to develop their skills, and I really appreciate that. Very very interesting match just from kind of an undercard perspective and who's being presented and how. So, again, the takeaway, let's keep an eye on Shikaku Shiratori going forward. The next match was a banger of a match. It was the AJW team of Yumiko Hotta, Manami Toyota, and Saki Hasegawa taking on the JWP trio of Mayumi Ozaki, Plum Mariko, and Hikari Fukuoka. Actually, a lot of these matches had nicknames to them. let me see if I can't pull that up. I have them written down. Let's see here. Let's see. Kurenai pinned Numachi with the golden arm bomber. That's the name of her chokeslam finisher. Let's see. That is what... Okay, is it the Deadly Clash? No, that's later in the show. This trio's match, there's the Mickey Honda elimination. Where am I looking here? There's just so many words together. Here we go. High tension triple impact. Couldn't help but notice the LLPW wrestlers didn't get their fancy trio tag match name, but here we are. This trio's match, with its wacky billing name, Triple Impact, it went 25 minutes, 9 seconds, and I would say a good chunk of the first 10 minutes is doing your average in and out tag match, get the heat kind of moves, and then they just go off. And it's a lot going on. Hikari Fukuoka is doing everything she can to do high presses and moonsaults. Ozaki's doing German suplexes. And then there's Plum Mariko kind of take a beating throughout the beginning stages of this. But the one who takes the beating the most is the last, 8 minutes. It's Hikari Fukuoka. And they really wanted to make sure that Hotta, Toyota, and Hasegawa beat the shit out of this woman. There was a lot of instances where the tags were being late breaking up, so it was up to the wrestlers to kind of pull their own shoulder up, but that's neither here nor there. The point I want to make is Hikari Fukuoka, since her run in the Grand Prix, is just on a roll offensively, and her look keeps getting better, and she's clearly standing out more to the crowd and myself. So maybe that's me looking more into the crowd, maybe not, but she is certainly rising above the level that she's at in this kind of mid-card sense. Now, this is a match third from the top, to be fair. And Manami Toyota is also in this match. She and Fukuoka are kind of hand-in-hand right now. I think Toyota athletically is still a bit better, but I think a complete package, Hikari Fukuoka is right there with Manami Toyota as where they stand in their current companies, because Manami Toyota hasn't really won anything yet either. So they're pretty even when that comes. I guess we'll see if JWP pushes her first, or will AJW push Toyota first. There's your comparisons. Mayumi Ozaki. You know what? Mayumi Ozaki, when she came out of this match, she came out to a song. She came out to... Because the songs are absurd that these people are coming to. It's they're hiding no copyright infringement here. It is Pretty Maids. It's the Red Hot and Heavy song. Let's see if I can play this right quick, because it's quite something. And if you fans know anything about Mayumi Ozaki, you got to look at this cover album of Red Hot and Heavy by the Pretty Maids, because it's a woman in black leather with a chain coming out of a box. It could not be more Mayumi Ozaki. So I got to remember that song and forever make it a Mayumi Ozaki drop going forward, because that's what we're going to do here. It's very good. Very good. But the match is awesome. Okay, there's a lot of just crazy pin sequences. I mentioned Fukuoka just taking an absolute beating in this match at the end, and it's true. Yumiko Hotta does a huge combination of no selling, messing up moves and slipping, but she's not as fast as everybody else in this match. So she really stands out like a sore thumb. And I'm not saying she was bad in the match, but she certainly stunk a little bit. She stunk it up. So what would end up happening is she has 5 of these wrestlers all running around her until someone like came up to her, and then she'd do a big power move and stick him in the mat real hard. There was a few instances about the early to midway point in the match where you had people like Ozaki and Plum trying to drop kick Hota and do things, and she was not having it. Well, in comes Hikari Fukuoka for a front drop kick, and you could tell she just laid it in because Hota lost her balance and fell down. So it was very much egos getting in the way. And to be fair, at this time, with interpromotional warfare, AJW is no exception, along with that UWF and New Japan feud, or any other interpromotional feud for that matter, you gotta have an ego, because the whole idea is to not get shown up by your competition, by your competitors, by your invaders. You guys are the baby faces, and for all intents and purposes, the AJW wrestlers are the baby faces on this show. And going forward, they are the top dogs. So under no circumstance are these wrestlers made to look weak. And I'm waiting on the LLPW reviews. When will this hurt the promotions? JWP and LLPW. What will happen? What are the compromises being done throughout shows like this? Well, after Hikari gets just stuck into the mat like 60 times, she finally hits like a German suplex on Saki Asagawa, so someone that AJW thinks is near her level. She can get pinned, and that's a victory for JWP. That's the idea behind it, and this is I would say it's, if we're in the context of 93, it's definitely a 3 out of 3 type match. It's very exciting. It's nonstop. There's a lot of energy to it. Get past the first kind of feeling out period, and you will not be disappointed. This match is phenomenal. It's a lot of fun, and it has a lot of people that I really enjoy watching, and the heat is fantastic throughout it all. And we get to the main event of Classics episode 77. It's, I believe, 4th from the bottom on this particular show. Did it have a fancy billing name? Let's see. 3, 4. No billing name. I will call this Battle of Cute. It is if Tam Nakano and Mina Shirakawa had a blood feud. Because here we have Takako Inoue against Cutie Suzuki. Takako Inoue defeats Cutie Suzuki in 18 minutes, 17 seconds. I really enjoyed this match. I think it's just short of the Big Dave 4-star mark. He actually went 3 1/4 in the Observer. No Observer rating for the Trios match, so something was severely cut out there. Or he didn't see it on some tape traping. But 3 1/4 seems pretty small to me, because this match had a weird, good, slow pace and heat to it. It really reminds me of I guess in-ring-wise, it would remind me more of a Yuka versus Tam Nakano match, Yuka Sakazaki, that is, against Tam Nakano, where they're into the ground, they're into kind of subtle hair pulling, angry faces, some forearm battles, and they're just really picking their moments to do a big move or two and really rope you in. Because a lot of this match was exactly that. It started out with a couple big slaps, test each other. The crowd goes, ooh, because there's these 2 beautiful women hitting each other real hard. They're in their Sunday's best gear coming out. Even Takako Inoue is coming out to fucking Pretty Woman. So they know exactly what they were doing, billing this match and setting it up. And Cutie Suzuki's a mainstream star. She's in TV shows, she's in movies, she's got a video game about her in Japan. So, but Takako Inoue is like twice her size. So they have to do something to suspend your disbelief that Cutie can kind of measure up to Takako, at least physically. And what that is a ground mat game with heavy grappling, and actually Takako Inoue really stretches her good. She's pulling her hair, like I said. She's twisting her ankles. She's She's stomping on ends of feet so you can't turn over right. And Cutie Suzuki is selling this very well. And then it builds up to a nice little hot finish where Cutie's hitting, the Cutie specials, and Takako's hitting various suplexes of her own. I think if you put this maybe 4 years ago, in 1989-esque, 1988, then this match would definitely have been much more well received. But in my case, I'm kind of into these to an extent. I have to obviously like the wrestlers first, and I do like Cutie Suzuki and Takako Inoue. But the finish is what really gets interesting. So they're stretching each other, they do their hot moves, and then it gets to the end. And the ending sequence reminded me of, just to stay relevant to modern times, how Yuka Sakazaki beat Miyu Watanabe at the end of the Princess Cup in TJPW here in 2022, where Cutie gets rocked with, I believe it's a Tiger Driver or something or another, and she's finally out and done. So she's real slow to get up, and you see this twice in 2 matches. And Takako's kind of looming over her, waiting for her to get up, and Takako punches her in the face. And then it does it again a second time, but this time punches her in the temple and drops her hard. And Cutie's looking dazed and out of it. Her eyes are crossed. And she gets up one more time, and Takako comes off the rope for essentially a King Kong knee drop or Jumbo Saruta-esque knee off the top, and pins her 1, 2, 3. And I'm like, man, there's something about unique finishes like that in ending sequences that are just very engaging. I think they do bring the match down a little bit, at least from a star rating scale, but on my recommended scale, I'm like, man, this is super interesting. It told a good story. I'm really into the wrestlers, and Takako came out. She was clearly the one to favor in the match. So, if you want to go 3 out of 3 recommendation on this, I won't argue. I'm personally going 2 out of 3. I think it was missing that heavy excitement level to make it great, but definitely a must watch. I would say it's a you wouldn't waste your time recommendation. And that'll move us on to Classics episode 78. This elimination match. It is Team AJW against Team LLPW. And we saw another LLPW AJW elimination match over on the LLPW journey, and it takes place after this one. And I was wondering, are they going to do something similar in this match on this AJW show as opposed to the LLPW show? And it played out kind of exactly what I was expecting. And it's not about the moves. The match goes for 14 minutes, 54 seconds. So it's not incredibly long. But what happens is Bull Nakano and company essentially bum rush this LLPW team. Leo Kitamura is eliminated immediately. Okay, well, I say immediately. It was not at the 9-minute mark that 3 people just got eliminated right away, because they just did this weird walk and brawl and tag sequence to start off. But as soon as the match started getting over, Leo Kitamura is eliminated immediately, Miki Honda's eliminated right after her, and Yukari Osawa is eliminated right after her in 3 quick succession pins. So the LLPW team is immediately down 5-2. And what happens in the next minute is Eagle Sawai gets in this ring and runs roughshod over AJW. As in, she has 2 big clotheslines and a small package, so she eliminates Suzuka Minami, Etsuko Mita, and Mima Shimoda. Eagle Sawai essentially eliminates all of LCO minus Akira Hokuto. Which, again, hey, another plug. If you've been listening to the LLPW shows over on the Patreon, you will know by now that LCO invaded LLPW in early 93, and they've been feuding, more or less, all year to get to this point. So Eagle Sawai eliminating all of these team members to get the team back to 2v2, that makes total sense to me. Now, about a couple minutes later, Bat Yoshinaga eliminates Harley Saito with a couple of her screw wheel kicks that she does. And Bat Yoshinaga, that's all she does. All she can do is saunter around the ring, try a wheel kick attempt, and just pray it hits something. And then people sell it, and there's misdirection spots. I hit my teammate accidentally spots with the wheel kick, and Bat eventually hits Harley Saito and pins her. So it's down to Eagle Sawai against Bat and Bull, all by her lonesome. She gets a couple decent near falls in, but ultimately she falls to a 2-on-1 situation. Bat wheel kicks her, does a really bad scoop slam, and Nakano... Eagle Sawai does kick out of the regular guillotine leg drop. There's no Fire Thunder drive or anything going on, but she does kick out of that. She does not kick out of the double team into the flipping guillotine leg drop. Some may know it better as the Harlem Hangover, but Eagle Sawai loses. Go listen to the next, go listen to the LOPW show where it's the Eagle Sawai show on that one, the next crossover. Meltzer gave this match fucking 4.5. I didn't think it was that good, but it was definitely exciting. Okay? You know, I'm like on the low end of a 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3 situation. Good action, quick elimination, kind of come out of nowhere and keeps you on your feet. And then we get Kyoko Inoue against Shinobu Kandori. The billed as the Supreme Master of Wrestling match. Is it better? I think immediately a lot of people are going to compare this Kandori match to the Akira Hokuto match. And obviously, it's not going to be better than that. That's one of the greatest women's matches of all time. It has a legacy behind it. But is it, I guess, ring energy-wise as good as that match? And Kyoko Inoue, she was on her A game here. She was certainly not holding back any of her moves from the swinging BT Bomber type situation, doing big swings. Kandori has a sense of credibility to her. It was definitely good. Like, I'm not huge on most Shinobu Kandori matches, but she does have an aura to her, and, you know, looking like female Antonio Inoki also doesn't hurt matters with her pompadour and big chin, but they kind of beat the shit out of each other for a good 17 minutes. And Kandori, being a grapple expert as she is, she didn't let Kyoko Inoue have her way, which tends to make quite a few Kyoko Inoue matches pretty boring, if I do say so myself. So that led to Kyoko Inoue doing a lot more speed, doing a lot more jumping off the top, and leading to Kandori to lock in some submission holds and the like. So this one was just solid. Big Dave Meltzer gave it 4 stars in the Observer. I'm not quite there. I'm about 2 out of 3. I would kind of put this on the same level as the Cutie Suzuki Takako Inoue match, just this clearly had more star power of a different sense of the word and feel. Regardless of the matter, Kandori locking in essentially the Rings of Saturn, or the Brutalizer, however you want to put it, and in a way tapping out. Big victory for Shinobu Kandori, and we are going to learn more and more that Shinobu Kandori, she rules the world. I'm not saying she's Sid Vicious of Joshi, but could be. Could be in time. She don't drop falls very often, that's for sure. Did drop that one to Akira Hokuto earlier in the year. Guess we'll keep that in the back of our heads. That brings us to the main event of Classics 78 here, where it's Akira Hokuto defending the All-Pacific title against Rumi Kazuma, another founder of LOPW, along with Shinobu Kandori. Big Dave gave this 4 stars flat, and I tend to agree with this one. I don't know how many times I gotta come on this podcast and say Akira Hokuto is on another level. Now she has broken bones in her back, and she's got a blown out knee, and she's still the best women's wrestler in the world and a top wrestler in the world. Her look, her appeal, her entrance, the music, the ring game, the finish, like, she is the total package right now. No, she's not Lex Luger. She's way better. Okay, maybe tan-wise, she's on that level of Lex Luger. Regardless, this was something built up over the last couple months. It was built up from the mid-June LLPW crossover show with AJW, where Rumi Kazuma got a big pinfall victory in a main event on an LLPW show on LCO member, but she also really hurt her back in that match, Rumi Kazuma. She had a little bit of neck issues, she was real slow, and she's essentially taken a couple months off, more or less, to get to this match here. And she looked a lot better, but she does re-aggravate this injury in a couple matches here and there, which will contribute more to their eventual rematch, which takes place in LLPW as a hair versus hair match, which I didn't review not that long ago. I did review not that long ago. This match went 16 minutes. Wasn't any good. I would say the selling of Akira Hokuto really made this a match. Rumi Kazuma put on a big serious face. She's got big thick hair. Not very mobile. I'm not sure how much the injury played into how they paced the match, but I have to think that it played a little role, which kept it from going to a higher regard. But look, Rumi Kazuma was still doing cross bodies off the top to the floor. Akira Hokuto is still doing flipping sentons to the floor, Jushin Thunder Liger style. They're insane. Despite their injuries, they're still going out and having the exact match that they want to have. They're just working a little bit slower in certain times. But Kazuma made sure to really try to kick the blown-out knee of Akira Hokuto throughout this match. She was kicking the hamstring, not really the knee, so she was staying away from the actual hurt part, but they were able to sell it nonetheless. And Kazuma got some good near falls off of specifically her dragon suplex. That really got over with the crowd. And even Hokuto got a big near fall victory with the gut wrench powerbomb that she's done to put away a lot of people, especially on her road to victory in the Grand Prix. And I really appreciate the limb work both did, where Hokuto was trying to wrench the neck and aggravate the lower back of Kazuma, playing into her injury history. This is good. This is just good work all around from two pros. And if I want to make a modern comparison, I would point to that Tam Nakano All Cap Saki match in the recent, at this time of recording, 5-star Grand Prix, where Tam has been selling this elbow for weeks, and for All Cap Saki to blatantly ignore the obvious sell job of Tam Nakano's elbow, and then eventually when the person's ignoring it for so long, you have no need to really sell it. And that's a fault on the wrestler not realizing how to work the match. And hey, I've gone to some wrestling class lessons and all that stuff, so there's definitely psychology to these things. You don't have to truly focus on it the entire time. But Rumi Kazuma made damn sure in this match, anytime she wanted to gain an advantage, it was go after the knee. Go after the knee. Maybe hit a suplex, go after the knee. It's that advantageous psychology that it was quoted to me, or verbalized to me. Which, that's good. I like that stuff. I really do. Akira Hokuto drops Kazuma real hard. Real hard with a what was it? I know she hits I think she hits a second gut wrench later in the match, and then she drops her with I think it's just a German. And again, this is much like that Cutie Suzuki against Takako situation where Rumi's dropped, she's got cross eyes on her, she's slow to get up, and she's kind of crawling towards Hokuto, who's kind of leaning over, looming. And Akira Hokuto drops her one more time. She's looming again. Just picks her up. Northern Lights bomb. 1, 2, 3. Title retained. All Pacific champion. Not the most memorable of title runs, but it is the All Pacific title at the time. And let's quickly go over this run Akira Hokuto had with this title. Because Bison Kimura lost it to Kyoko Inoue, who then Kyoko Inoue for a brief time, 170-ish days, had it with Akira, or had it, and then lost it to Akira Hokuto November 92. So she's had this most of the year, about 10 months. And what happens is post-match, Akira Hokuto vacates the title. And to my knowledge, between January of 93 to this point, 93, she did not have a single defense. And at the time, again, Joshi Women's Wrestling, even today, has a problem with treating these titles like they're boxing titles instead of wrestling titles. Wrestling titles you need to defend, I think, more often to create prestige and honor behind it. While if they're presented as boxing titles, then I would say the title has an aura still and maybe a sense of prestige, but there's a lot missing for the audience to latch onto. And so, is this the last? I don't think this is the last time she holds this title. I don't think so. No, Hokuto ends up holding a different. Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah, I think maybe the tag at some point, but I think this is her last major singles title in All Japan. Because I don't. No, she doesn't win the red belt ever. That's what her legacy's for. I don't think she wins the white belt ever again, is what I'm going at. So she vacates this title, particularly due to injury, and she's thinking of retirement. And so she gets on the mic post-match, does all this, and calls out Shinobu Kandori. And the idea is they're building up to a rematch because of their big Dream Slam match that got a lot of buzz and story to it. Okay? Kandori comes out, essentially agrees to the match. They're going to build to it, and it's going to be on the books as a hair versus retirement match, or a hair retirement match. The person who loses is to shave their head and retire. Now, I can tell you on the LLPW journey, none of that happens. Does the rematch happen? Yes. But the stipulation behind these things, no one can agree to terms. Because Hokuto doesn't actually want to retire. She's contemplating it, and in 94, she spends a long time in Mexico, aka her first marriage. So she goes to CMLL and becomes a woman over there, if you know what I mean. So Rumi Kazuma coming off this match, and she cuts a promo in the post. She becomes the rival, teaming up with the LCO feud in LLPW, and she will have the hair versus hair match against Hokuto. And due to the honor for LLPW, in comes Kandori to defend the company. And that's what we're building to, particularly in AJW for the rematch. In LLPW, it's the Kazuma-Hokuto match. So there's all your connections, and that's why I said pay attention to Hokuto, because a lot is going to happen to her particularly from this point forward throughout the year. She also, in between shows, and we'll be doing here, between this and the Marine Piet show, is she refuses the red belt, because the story goes, the Matsunagas, the Booker men, wanted Akira Hokuto to beat Aja Kong, because the star power of Hokuto and her mainstream appeal is at the highest for the company. So by that regards, it makes sense. However, Hokuto herself, with her injuries and with her past, this won't be the first time she'll do this, refuses the title and refuses the title match altogether. I personally believe that they should have just gone through with the title match and Aja Kong wins. That way she defends the title. But that's not the way it was done back then. They had different ideas and different traditions, and Hokuto's wish was granted. For the next episode, I will maybe be a less talkative and less in-depth, but it will for sure be more along the line of focusing on the matches between the kind of luchadora match in the opener for the next Classics episode 79, the Yamada Ito against Kudo Nobeno match, and then the main title match, where it's Aja Kong defending against Kansai. That will be in our next episode. I guess that does it here. I'm very over this 1999 theme. It sounds terrible. Bow, 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 bow.
You don't like the Matrixy kind of like, oh, we're headed into the 21st century.
Oh, is that what they're going for?
I guess.
I do not get that vibe. No.
Oh well, that's what I always think of, is like, am I about to like enter the matrix of wrestling? And then it usually is that way, but not in the best not in the best way.
So this Nitro was very, very boring. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. This was rough to get through.
God.
Like, not even like a bad, like the content was bad. It was just like there's nothing going on. like you know, just like trying to fill a week.
I figured, all right, Russo's here. We're gonna see like immediate impact. We saw like maybe little signs of it last week. This week, nothing. Maybe.
No, not really much of anything that, you know, that could be made of note. Maybe at this point he was still just like adjusting, like getting a feel for his surroundings.
Or he was given like one project and that was the Revolution.
Yeah, basically.
That was his one thing throughout the show. It's like, all right, you got to book the Revolution, go for it, and then that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Let's give you a warm up real quick.
The Revolution throughout the show was a bunch of just nerds, just going blop 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 at each other the whole time. My God.
Yeah. It wasn't good, man. Like, nothing, like I can't think of like I just can't think of like a noteworthy happening on the show entirely. I mean, obviously I watched it, right, and you know, I've got notes here in front of me, but if you were like, hey, you know, remember that Nitro from October 11th 1999
from Biloxi, Mississippi?
Right. Yeah, there's not a standout. You know, there's nothing super standout about this one. Maybe the David Flair Tory stuff.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to bring this just one storyline that they kind of meshed into the show. It's it is the David Flair Tory leading into Kurt Hennig, leading into Ric Flair. Like that sequence of events was good.
Made sense.
I like that. Yeah. It made sense. The match was good. We'll get there eventually, but that was like the best thing on the show. And even before we got to the Kurt Hennig thing, there was an appearance by, the Phantom of the Opera in a child's room. I can't wait to recount that. Even that was like super hilarious.
A pedophile appeared.
Whoa, hey! I'm only gonna kind of abduct you. Yeah, that was a very good, like, 15 minutes right there in a 3-hour show. I was like, okay, that quarter hour, let's go.
Yeah, solid.
That one was solid. All right, everything else in the middle, thumbs down. Yeah, we didn't even get any car hijinks on the show.
No. Unlike the last 2 weeks, we did not get any. Nothing with cars. Nothing really.
I was hoping Sid was going to have, like, DDP is going to go, look, man, I know your cars have been destroyed 2 weeks, but
yeah,
I got something to cheer you up. And he gives him like a new car, but it's this Jersey dirtbag car. But Sid's like, oh, man, I needed a car. I took a cab to work kind of situation, which he did. He took a cab. That's good continuity. He's like, no way I'm getting a car this week, brother.
Yeah. Or like he gives him a scooter. But then, like, halfway through the show, like, Goldberg steals the wheels of the scooter.
Yeah, he comes in on a motorcycle or something, and
Sid has the tireless scooter chained up to a bike link, whatever.
But no,
A bike rack.
he just kind of came in on a cabin. That was that. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I was waiting for it all show. Oh well. So we begin. They announced the main event is Chris Benoit and Bret Hart teaming with each other. So there's some continuity from the previous week. And they'll be taking on the Total Package and Hulk Hogan? Was it Hulk Hogan? No. Hulk Hogan's a bad guy. Or a good guy.
A good guy. Yeah, no, it was Rick Steiner.
Rick Steiner. That's who it was. See? See, I'm paying attention.
You're like, it's Lex Luger and Hulk Hogan. I was like, no.
No, that's not right. Hold on. Hulk Hogan's good again, one. I think. Even though everything he says is still feels like Hollywood.
It wasn't me, brother.
It wasn't me, brother. I wasn't driving the white Hummer. They haven't addressed it in about a week now, so.
Yeah, no, like, whatever happened to that?
Yeah, it's almost like they ignored it and couldn't figure out what they were going to do with it.
They're just like, white Hummer.
So, at least we got a main event announced, and we don't have to wait like 2 hours into the show.
Yeah.
They announced...
Like, right off the bat.
Yeah. And then they announced the passing of Gorilla Monsoon. And boy, Bobby Heenan was like really holding back tears.
Yeah, he was pretty choked up. And I mean, obviously, if we fast forward, into the future, during Bobby the Brain Heenan's WWE Hall of Fame induction speech, he makes it very poignant. He, to say like, I wish that Gorilla Monsoon was here, right? That's how much Gorilla Monsoon meant to his career. So, I mean, it's and just as a person, as a friend to Bobby the Brain Heenan. So it was tough watching Bobby kind of go through that.
Yeah, he did have a really good line. It goes, "The pearly gates in heaven. It'll be now known as the gorilla position." And then he he had to kind of take a sit back, and even Shivani was kind of consoling him all show. Hold on, my cat is attacking toilet paper. 1 second. Hey.
Yeah, no problem. Hey.
Oh my god. What a disaster. Oh, there's toilet paper everywhere.
Jeez.
Okay. I can hear you again. No. There's a lot of toilet paper now in my bathroom. All over the floor.
Oh, goodness. Well, I hope...
Yeah. Not good. Now I'm going to be going for a poop later and be like, shit, there's holes in here.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. This is terrible. Oh, no. Okay. Enough with the poop jokes. We got Bret Hart and Chris Benoit arriving at the arena, and the Total Package and Elizabeth off camera.
TP. Yeah, TP.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good.
Yeah. There you go.
Like it. That's some continuity.
There you go.
So they're kind of jaw-jacking at each other. Elizabeth off camera says, "We need to call immigration." Those damn Canadians are here.
Yeah, it's like, Jesus. We're going with racism right off the bat here.
Racism?
Yeah.
Canadians are
Canadians.
Yeah, the Inuits are.
True.
All right. Then we get the first of many Revolution segments throughout the show. Oh my God. Everything they did was terrible. Yeah, man. They tried to do stuff with in a match, and the match would have seconds of things being good, but then they have to do something with the Revolution inside or outside the ring. The finishes were all terrible. I hate these geeks.
Well, and it's just the logic of going okay, well, Dean Malenko has good matches with Rey Mysterio, so Perry Saturn should also have to have great matches with Rey Mysterio, which, I mean, it's a logical thing, right? But man, like he's not as technically efficient as as Dean Malenko. Perry isn't.
He is
so
not. Nope.
it made it a little bit clumsy.
So the point of this match is, as we remember last week, Perry Saturn turned heel. Okay, with one Shane Douglas. So keep that in mind. Let's see. The match. They tried to add a match, but it was like fine, I guess, if I'm gonna be nice about it. But the point is, cue Shane Douglas coming out near the end. He's got his little armband out. I don't know what that was supposed to mean. But
Revolution.
Right, Revolution. But Malenko cuts him off, and then that brings Kidman out, and he just gets in the ring and they call a DQ. He doesn't do anything. So
terrible.
Like, all right. That was bad.
Just awful.
Terrible finish. Kidman gets on the mic. Hey, how about a tag match? I thought they were going to do it like right now. No, it was like an hour and a half later into the show. Like,
yeah,
okay.
I was like, hey, we're all out here right now, right? Oh, you want some time to warm up? Okay.
Yeah, it's not set up for next week though. That'd be just terrible to do.
That'd be too much.
That'd be way too much.
We'd be asking too much.
We got 3 hours to fill, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta cut a promo later.
Yeah. Let's see. Benoit's still the U.S. champion, right?
Benoit is the television champion.
TV
Sid
champion.
is the U.S. champion.
Oh yes,
yeah,
Sid is the Oh right, because I had something to say about that. Yeah, so Benoit, TV champion, nothing to do with this Revolution nonsense. Sid is the U.S. champion who's feuding with Goldberg because they're doing a streak battle. Not toilet paper related, I swear.
Or nudity.
Or nudity. So their idea is, how about a streak, and it ends with Goldberg winning the U.S. title? This sounds familiar.
So, yeah, sounds familiar for sure.
So there's a video on Mang. I like Mang. He's a monster. He's cool. Ric Flair goes, damn, that guy's big. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. And then we got a cruiserweight battle. Disco Inferno, the cruiserweight champion, against Kaz Hayashi.
Not a great matchup.
No, that was me falling asleep. That was me.
Oh.
Yeah. God, this was boring.
Yeah, it's a Disco Inferno match. It's not a good Disco Inferno match. I don't know, man. Like,
nothing screams.
It presses.
Nothing screams, boy, I can't wait to watch the cruiserweights fly around and do a bunch of cool shit. Then Disco Inferno locking in headlocks and doing his terrible dance moves.
Yeah, it really tests my patience.
Disco wins. Move on.
Yes, please.
Okay. Mang versus Conan. So.
Oh boy.
This was rough. More fun than the disco match, though.
Yeah. It definitely more fun in the sense of you're like, wow, I'm really watching one guy just get the crap beaten out of him. Yeah. This I guess Ming was really in on trying to get that Tongan death grip in earlier. But like super early in the match. And then like Conan tries a bunch of stuff that Ming just no sells completely.
Good. That's what makes Ming cool.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
One of the best nitros of '98 was a nitro basically fully dedicated to Mang murdering a bunch of people in and out of the ring to set up for a Goldberg match, which you thought he'd win with the Tongan death grip, and then Goldberg does beat him. I thought they were going to do something similar or setting it up, but I don't think they're going to go that route.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But hey, Conan tries a sunset flip. He gets the death grip, gets caught in the death grip. And then we get, let's see. Oh, you know what? This was the first, before the match starts, Conan's on the mic, right? And this was the first instance of many throughout the show where they'd play the music too long. They'd start talking, the music was still going, and then they couldn't figure out the audio mixing properly. And then they'd turn it off. The mic would turn off for a second. This happened frequently throughout the show. There was even a Hogan promo later. He's like, "Turn my music off, brother. I got more to say." It happened quite a lot.
Yeah. It was the audio was all over the place, and then you would get like the little message down at the bottom saying like we tried our best to keep the original content of the show as consistent as possible due to technical difficulties or some crap like that.
I mean, that came way later during the main event, of course, when they threw that down there, but like, I understand like feed wise why that would be bad, but this was clearly like an audio guy throughout the show. I think it was very strange. Not make or break or anything. It was just weird. Let's see. Berlin and the Bodyguard jump Brad Armstrong, but Brad Armstrong. But Brad
Armstrong.
Yeah, Brad steals Berlin's cane and fights back. So later they announced Berlin and Brad Armstrong are going to fight at Halloween Havoc, and I questioned this last podcast. I don't think they're pushing Berlin. And when they announced this at Halloween Havoc, I went, I don't think they're pushing Berlin.
I don't think they are. I've tried to warn you for weeks.
This is very disappointing to find out.
I just had your best interests in mind. I was trying to prepare you.
Like, they can't do this tonight, and then he fights Chris Benoit for the TV title at Halloween Havoc. That would be an interesting match. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. The Canadian against the German? Come on. That's like World Cup dream right there.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I can see your point there, but like, I mean, wouldn't Chris Benoit have like better things to do?
You mean like nothing and feuding with the Revolution?
Yeah, just like fighting Shane Douglas or something. I mean, what we find out here later tonight, something big happens in the Revolution.
Okay, we'll get there. Hall and Nash come down to their seats that they had last time. They're not coming back. They wish Dusty Rhodes a happy birthday. They joke that they'll be back in July 2012 when he's the right age for the main event. Little did he know that would be like basically TNA. Yeah. Fun fact, I looked this up on Cage Match. He would co-main event a WWE show at the end of 2011, and he showed up to a big pop in the Royal Rumble in 2014. Yes. So TNA plus WWE. He's kind of right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And he would have done more in WWE if not he pulled his quad and the whole CM Punk thing.
WWE must be hard on the quads.
Yeah. So after they're done with their shtick for the second week in a row, 1 week later, it's already like, go away.
Right.
When Hall said he's gonna carry the company on his back, he's been putting them on their back like this whole time. I was like, dude, you haven't even been here. Shut up. Anyways, then they hit Goldberg's music before they're done talking, because of course.
For Hall, he's been like totally MIA.
Yeah. So Goldberg comes down. I'm like, all right. So he's going to like confront Nash. They keep plugging on commentary that these are the two guys only with tasers that have ever beaten Goldberg. Maybe they'll do something like tease something. No. Horace Hogan comes out, and I immediately checked out. I was like, they can't be serious.
No, Horace Hogan, he's a budding star in the making.
Oh, I was like, nobody else on this like roster of 3,000, can they come out here? No? Fine.
No, but he's getting there, you know.
Unbelievable. All right, anyway, so Goldberg wins, of course, and that's that. He did a bunch of staring at the camera fiercely.
Yeah, it's ferocious.
Yeah. Hogan comes out, he talks red and yellow, blah, blah, blah. Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, he made some very interesting comments here at the end of the promo.
You could say the internet makes him sick.
Well, there's that. But what did he say? He's basically that we have like a surprise in store. Yeah, something about something like we'll be expecting the unexpected or something like that at the end of his promo. Like he interrupts his music and says some quip at the end that's supposed to lead to some anticipation for something to happen at the end of Halloween Havoc if Hogan is to win. So with Hall and Nash being like, oh, we're getting the band back together, and then Hogan saying that, it was like, I mean, I don't think Hogan does anything more with Hall and Nash going forward, but
well, that's because Scott Hall keeps going away again.
Yeah, we'll put it nicely and say he's going away. Yeah.
Yeah, Hogan made a lot of internet comments. That was very strange.
Yeah. Maybe it was like...
The internet isn't happy with me getting another title shot, brother. But the internet makes me sick.
Maybe somebody was like, hey, Hulk, check this thing out. It's called the internet. He like spent like all week like on it reading about him.
Yeah.
He was like,
oh man, this isn't even DSL. This is taking forever.
Brother,
DSL, brother. Anyways. Nitro girls, please stop. How long has this been going on?
You would have thought that we would have gotten Stacy by now, right?
I'm begging her to come back.
Okay.
I'm begging her. Please get to Nitro. I hate these segments so much.
Please show up to Nitro. We need you here now.
Tori wipes lipstick off Kidman's face right in front of David Flair, who's conveniently to the left of them. And Tori goes, go talk to your dad or something, after David does the best acting you've ever seen. The best. The greatest.
Yeah, David was like, why has he got lipstick on? And Tori's like, I don't have time to answer your question.
Good for her.
This is hilarious.
Good for her. Yeah. Nepotism at its greatest.
Man. It's great.
Yeah. David Flair being booked and presented as a nerd is actually funny. instead of the heat of winning the US title and all that. Way better. Let's see. I went and got my chicken parm from the fridge and cooked it up because I saw Brian Knobbs and Stevie Ray were going to have a garbage match.
Yeah, I took the dog outside myself.
Hey, similar minds there.
So
I'll read what happens here. Let's see. Jimmy Hart sneaks in a trash can shot of his own. And to give Knobbs the pin, there was a lot of interference, and I think that does it for there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not. This is totally skippable, folks. You do not take us just like skipping past this as like oh man, we wanted you guys to cover the whole Nitro. No, you don't have to do that here on this occasion. This is
no.
This is not worth your time or effort. I can promise you.
I decided Nitro was not worth my time and effort when I stopped taking notes, because if they don't care, I don't care. That's the rule. There's a bunch of people that have already written full-length reviews over every Nitro ever. I don't need to do that. I'm already watching them. Is that not pain enough?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
This is...
we look at the Revolution's issues from the past 2 weeks. They do a little video package, so I hit that fast forward button real quick. Here's Shane Douglas to address those issues with the team. So they're on the ramp. They all have mics. Well, one mic, and they're passing it back and forth. Shane Douglas blames Malenko for Saturn not winning earlier. He wants to know why Benoit is teaming with Bret Hart. And that's when Benoit goes, "What the fuck, dude?"
Yeah. Hey, come on, man.
Don't be an idiot.
Like, what are we doing here? Yeah.
And then he rips his shirt off. He's like, "This is stupid. I'm out of here." Throws it in his face and leaves. I think Malenko then kind of steps in and leaves too. And then Saturn yells at Douglas, "This is why we can't have nice things." Exactly what he said. Definitely. Quote.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, you're excited as much as I am. Brad Armstrong versus La Parka. Oh my god. This was terrible.
This was bad, man. I know that we kind of gave Brad Armstrong a little bit of props last time we talked.
Oh, I don't.
But
not anymore.
I thought we had a whole. Okay, I was about to say I thought we had a whole thing last week, and now it's okay, we've been proven that this is not this is not acceptable. That he's just not good, and which is didn't he become a referee, or was it his brother that became a referee? Somebody became.
I don't know, but there's a ref bump in this match with La Parka, and the bodyguard takes out La Parka with a chair. Brett Armstrong, being a fucking nerd, turns his back on Berlin in the ring. So, of course, Berlin hits the neck breaker, and then he throws Brad Armstrong on La Parka for the pin. What?
Here, I'll give you the win, Brad.
Jeez.
What the hell? This is so dumb. Why are you so dumb?
All right. What's Eddie Guerrero doing?
Man, I don't know. He's not here.
He can't fight Berlin?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you made a story about it, that I don't know, man. Maybe he took the week off.
He's taking a lot of weeks off.
I think this was somewhat of a challenging time for Eddie.
Well, he did come off breaking his leg in a car accident.
Yes,
but he looks like $1 million right now.
Oh, he looks fantastic.
On the gas.
Oh yeah. This is just the beginning. He's.
Oh, I forgot about this segment in between that great quarter hour. I take it all back. So I'm going to make that as in one consistent thing, because there's a Norman Smiley Berlin match, which was an atrocity.
Yeah, the crowd
Norman
really
Smiley matches to begin with. I hate them so much.
The crowd really got behind Norman with the USA chants.
Yeah. Yeah, the luchador from Britain.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways. Berlin wins, whatever. Let's get to the good thing. So
no, I thought you were a Berlin fan. You don't want to expand
it's
upon
Norman
this?
Smiley. It was doing it. I don't wanna. I hate this.
Hey, I mean, that's fair, man. I mean, you don't have to talk about it. I just figured.
I'm very disappointed. Berlin is this is who he is. He's fighting Brad Armstrong. He's going up against Norman Smiley.
Yeah.
The wall is there, looking fierce.
But this has always been who Berlin was.
No.
No. What do you mean?
He's got the cool, smoky sepia entrance.
Yeah,
he speaks German. They've taken everything away from Berlin to make him cool. Okay, the entrance is next. They already took away the translator. They're on the move of taking away the wall, his cool bodyguard.
Yeah,
the entrance is coming next. He can't feud with anybody because Buff Bagwell fucked him. Okay, So the American machine, the American capitalists are against the German machine from getting the push. This is what WCW was all about. It was all about holding back the people with talent going forward.
Hey, I love your passion.
I'm emotionally compromised with the Berlin push and storyline. This is not cool.
Dude, I don't blame you, man. Like, it's if you are a Berlin fan, I can definitely understand the frustration for sure.
It was months of building him up too. All for Brad Armstrong. Get out of here.
Yeah, man. No, so I think we can agree here. Brad Armstrong, not a great wrestler. But also Berlin probably should be in this spot.
No, he is Das Wunderkind. All right? And you will respect the German machine, okay? This is what he's talking about in his promos. It's people like you. People like you.
Look, if, I'm just saying. maybe, just maybe.
Kurt Hennig's talking to Tori Wilson. She looking good? Kurt Hennig's like, hey,
hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
And then here comes David again. Tori, what the hell? And Hennig just goes, look, man, whoop, bam! And beats the shit out of him.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, Kurt Hennig, babyface.
and then he walks away and he's like,
Tori, says, look at what a man I am.
Well, he says, come here, Tori, I'll show you something you've never seen before. And that's a line that would never make it to TV nowadays. It's just like, oh, shit.
he was just going to show her 2 very successful albums.
Yeah.
She's never seen that.
Yeah, something circular for sure, I'm sure.
Yeah. So that's followed by Ric Flair promo, gonna face DDP. But he wants to talk about Kurt Hennig. He's going to fight him tonight because he beat up his son that he doesn't care about. But let's care about him now.
Yeah. Yeah. Why? Why do you care now?
I don't know, but we're going to get a Ric Flair Kurt Hennig match out of it. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad.
A match I want to see tonight. This is a new feeling.
Yeah. I mean, this is a match that makes sense. For sure.
Right.
Like, and it's 2 guys who, in theory, have great chemistry. Again, in theory.
In theory.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, why not?
Why not?
Let's rock and roll.
I, for the love of me, do not want to recap this tag match, but it's Dean Malenko and Perry Saturn versus Kidman and Rey Mysterio Jr. Shane Douglas is ringside, and the entire match is Dean Malenko, Perry Saturn, and Douglas yapping at each other. No, you get him. No, you get it. You beat him up. You beat him up. Slap, slap, slap. And it's just how long was this match? You know what? I don't care. I don't care.
It was too long.
It was way too long. Whatever it was too long. It could be 5 minutes for all I know. It felt like an eternity.
Yeah, not great.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's see here. A superplex plants Ray, but Dean is so shaken up that he has to tag out. Kidman comes back and cleans house, including throwing Ray into the air for a Hurricane Rana on Saturn. Everything breaks down, and Shane breaks up the shooting star, throwing Saturn the chain in the process via ref distraction. A big knockout shot is enough to pin the Kidman. So decent finish,
the Kidman. Yeah. Yeah, it was fine. I don't know. It seems weird that with the Revolution kind of like falling apart, you would have thought that the more interesting approach would have been for the Filthy Animals to win and Shane Douglas to throw some kind of fit.
Yeah. Well, Malenko sees the replay and he rips that Revolution shirt off and throws it in the face. He's done. Revolution is down to 2.
For now.
Yeah, maybe they'll get new people that actually want to win matches. I don't know. So this was very reminiscent to the Goldberg match. Sid Vicious comes out with it. Well, first it's Van Hammer, and I went to myself, why? Who keeps booking this man on TV?
Van Hammer?
Who does this? Whoever is doing this, I need them to be punished by the law, the fullest extent. Van Hammer on TV is a crime.
I mean, is it any worse than Disco or Berlin?
Yes.
For that matter.
Have you seen this man wrestle?
Yeah.
Like, there's only a handful of people worse than Van Hammer, and like Vincent is one of them. David Flair is another. But they're like so terrible, they're weirdly entertaining, or could be. Stevie Ray is worse than Van Hammer, but he at least can cut a promo, make the duck face, and he's Booker T's brother. So he's got that going for him. Van Hammer, nothing.
Yeah, fruit booties.
Yeah, right? Not even a fruit booty line from Van Hammer.
Can't get that.
No. Didn't get a fruit booty promo this week.
No. It's all lost.
All right, let me ask you this. Why was there a ref pump in this match? Why was Rick Steiner needed to interfere?
You know, this is one of life's great questions, right?
Okay.
Because really, if you wanted to make Sid look strong, like an evil monster that Goldberg has to overcome later, you wouldn't be doing all this nonsense in the first place.
He can basically squash Sting at the last pay-per-view, but he needs to cheat to beat Van Hammer. Something seems backwards here. Okay, well, at least we got Sid and Rick Steiner doing like doggy style into the camera, laughing maniacally, and then staring at each other like they're about to kiss. That was really funny. I did like that a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Mwah. They were right. They were just about there, man. I felt it.
Your explanation for of them about to commence doggy style. Man, I didn't see that coming.
Gremlin knows what he's doing.
Yeah, maybe. That's hilarious.
You child, wake up. Look at the window. Come to me. Put your hand on the window. We shall be one. You will
Fucking
come
weird.
to the Phantom of the Opera side. Kid looks back. Eyes turn black. Immediately cue the Kurt Hennig music with the
Can't we just
boys.
get somebody to comment on this and just be like, well, that's strange.
Well, that's strange. That seems very I'm kidnapping kids vibe there.
Yeah, like, why are we showing this? Can we call like Child Protective Services or like the police? Let's go even better there.
My God, I lost my mind in laughter of watching this, especially when the kids' eyes turn black, and the second they do, good old boys.
Yeah. Let's good old boys.
Kurt Hennig, Ric Flair. A fucking good match. I love this so much.
It was exactly what this show needed and could have used more of.
My God. And they didn't do anything like outrageous or crazy. It was exactly a television house show-esque match between Ric Flair and Kurt Hennig. They're not going out there to do pay-per-view level stuff. They're going out there to tell their story, and they accomplished it to the fullest. Yeah, like if 2.5, 3 stars, but in the era of 99, this was good.
Yeah, like, like we could have had so much worse here, and we did actually have so much worse on this show.
Oh yeah,
than what happened here.
We went through a Brian Knobbs hardcore match, a Norman Smiley singles match, a Disco Inferno singles match, a Van Hammer. Did I say Van Hammer already?
I don't know if you said
Goldberg face? Horace
Goldberg faced Horace, and Sid faced Van Hammer.
Yeah, much worse. Much worse.
Yeah. Ming and Conan. Did we mention that one?
That was short and kind of like whatever.
Mhm.
You know,
Fair enough.
it's a Mang match. Like, it's like, all right, he's gonna no sell. He's gonna go wa cha 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 tongue and death grip, and then we're done.
Yeah, man. I mean, I felt like, was
that the second best match on the show?
The Ming Conan match?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was truly any better than the Sid or Goldberg matches. I think it may have been even slightly worse simply because Ming should have been portrayed as an even greater monster, but you had Conan being like,
he sold way too much for Conan. Yeah. Okay.
Well, he didn't even sell way too much for Conan. Conan was doing this like all this stuff.
He got a bulldog on him. Don't you
No,
dare
I
discount the
know,
bulldog.
but like, I get that.
Sounds
but like I would have just, I would have wanted to see so much, so much more aggression out of Ming instead of just being like tongue and death grip, tongue and death grip. Like you're just trying to spam your finish. Like that's cool, I guess, but like, I don't know, man.
So if you're to watch one match on the show, it would be the Ric Flair Kurt Hennig match.
Oh, absolutely. Hands down. Hands down, that's the one that you want to see.
Yeah. Curly Bill, Vincent is ringside. David Flair, I believe, took him out. He gave Hennig a... Did he punch Hennig, or did he just kind of briefly distract him?
So when David comes out, so I don't know if David actually does anything to Hennig. I think he pulls Curly Bill off of there, and it's just like,
oh right, because Hennig had his foot on the ropes. Yeah. Curly Bill was there holding him down. David Flair pushed him off. That distracted, and then Ric Flair rolled him up, put his foot on the rope, and that's what won. So
exactly.
Okay. Bill came back.
Yep.
Yeah, that was good.
He made it.
I like that.
Welcome back, buddy. Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Total Package and Rick Steiner against Benoit and Hart. This was like... I don't know. Well, first of all, it was tough to watch because the video feed was jumping and going all over the place for whatever reason. I'm guessing a storm was in town. See this every once in a while.
Yeah, their just technical nonsense was awful.
Yeah, and then let's see. Luger puts Brett in the full Nelson, so Steiner can hammer away, but Benoit makes a save. A swan dive connects on Steiner, but Sid comes in for the DQ because, of course. I mean, I'm not getting the feeling that Russo has anything to do with this. This just felt like every Nitro main event.
Yeah, I don't think we're not in Russo mode at the moment.
I mean, the match only went like 3.5 minutes, so it's like, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's. I think that on one hand, sans Luger, this match had a lot of potential. I think I don't know why. Why we keep giving Lex Luger all of this airtime. But I don't know. So the more important stuff happens after the match, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Big brawl.
Sid comes out. Sid's, I guess, because he's friends with Rick Steiner. He has no real affiliation with Lex Luger, to my knowledge. They're just all the heels, right? And then the crowd chants for Goldberg, and then Goldberg comes out and
rightfully
he spears
so.
Rick's. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you want, right?
That spear Rick Steiner took was phenomenal.
It was a great spear.
He like jumped up a little bit, went into him, and then he just whiplashed back. It was rad.
Yeah, it's great spear there by the two of them. And then Sid's on the microphone. He says, "Nah, you can't touch me." He breaks
You'll
out like
lose your opportunity. Look, Sid promos are great.
Yeah, he breaks out the MC Hammer pants and he's like, "Can't touch this." He's like shuffling. No, but Sid's like, you can't touch me or you'll lose your opportunity. And Goldberg he sits there and he thinks about it and then he goes, well, fuck this, and he fucking spears Sid Vicious.
Beautiful. Yeah. So you got Shivani going, he's lost his shot now. Oh no.
What does this mean?
Yeah, I do love this. I do love this a lot. Because you're trying to portray Goldberg as the badass of the company. Everyone loves him. People are finally chanting and cheering for Goldberg again a lot after the Kevin Nash debacle from late last year, early 99. And this is a good way, because you don't want to extend this out for weeks with Goldberg just backing down constantly. That's stupid. That belittles him and his aura. So him just spearing Sid like this, I think works great. And now he can he's already lost it now. Now he just beats him up every week until Sid goes, well, fuck, I'll take you in a match. Fine, as long as you stop beating me up.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's the logical thing is that Sid will now want revenge on Goldberg, and what's the logical way of doing that? Well, crushing a man's car is one way. But also but also maybe having a match, that might work.
Right. So logically it would be getting it back so the heel is goaded into making the match. But
yeah.
Let's be honest. This is WCW. They could ignore this all the next week.
Yeah, they'll probably be like, I don't know. Hey, Goldberg, you've got a match with Van Hammer or Hugh Morris again, and Sid will try and powerbomb you. I don't know. We'll find some kind of continuity. I would hope that
no, they're just going to make up some cockamamie excuse, and then they just go, the match is back on.
Yeah.
No, well, okay, here's my full prediction of what WCW is going to do.
Okay.
Sid is going to cut a promo, interfere in a Goldberg match, and then it'll be like J.J. Dillon or somebody coming out and going, you know what? I spoke with the championship committee, and we have decided the match is still going to happen.
Yes. And you're like, oh boy, this is great.
Yeah,
this is great wrestling.
And then everyone in the arena is gonna go, yay, Goldberg.
Yeah, and then Sid's gonna be like, well, no, why me?
But
why
my cars? My cars were destroyed.
Yeah, but my car.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's good. Last 30 seconds of the show.
Yeah, I'd say that's solid. I mean,
how's that for seeing the positive?
Yeah, really and truly, it's the last 2 minutes, and then the Ric Flair curtain hitting match, and then all of the David Torrey stuff. Yeah, that's. I think we can chalk those up as positives here.
3 hours. The show's 3 hours.
Yeah, man. And I think people complain about Raw being 3 hours. That's a problem, and it truly is a problem. But not nearly as much as this is a problem.
I listen to AEW Dynamite reviews every week, and so many people. It's just, man, this one segment was really bad. The whole show's ruined, and comparing it to Nitro. When we only get one thing that's kind of good. Yeah.
I mean, say your blessings, right? Like, count your blessings.
I'm watching Dynamite, and I'm like, that was fucking great. One thing was bad. Whatever. Throw that away.
Talking about the Saraya stuff?
That's one example, but...
Yeah.
And that whole show was good.
Yeah, it was. Not a huge fan of the...
but that's what I'm like
show in particular.
Comparing to, this is a retro wrestling podcast sometimes, and we're watching all these old shows, and it's like, man, when I look at modern wrestling, I'm like, man, a lot of the modern stuff is just so much better.
Truly blessed, right? Like we got Bandito a couple weeks ago on AEW. He was just amazing,
killing it with Chris Jericho in a storyline that makes total sense. And then on Nitro, we're just like, man, those like two things together in the show, those really. And then when you recap, you're like, none of those things were together.
Well, yeah, like on a 10 scale, they're probably like a 6. maybe like a 5.5.
This Nitro?
Right. Like it adjusted for inflation. Right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so 2.5 upgraded. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
There's a percentage increase we're working with there. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. So that was the end of this Nitro. Halloween Havoc is 2 weeks away, so we got 3 podcasts left before on the third podcast will be Halloween Havoc.
It's just
Vince Russo's first pay-per-view.
Yeah, man. Let's see what happens here. It's
get a load of this. Get a load of this.
Okay.
So John Madden, not the football player, the terrible former wrestling analyst / part of WCW and TNA and all that stuff.
Yeah, is this where he makes his grand debut?
No. So, this was on a recent podcast of his. He said, he said this. He really did. You can't make this up. AEW is the most dysfunctional wrestling there has ever been. In the locker room and in the ring and in the booking. And he's read
lying.
That. Yeah. Oh yeah. I just read that and I go, dude, you worked for WCW and TNA.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, there have been 2 backstage fights in a matter of 2 months. Yeah, that's not great, but at the same time, there's not just, oh man, where do you even want to start with how dysfunctional WCW was? All the contracts, all of the egos, the politics.
Dude, Draymond Green just punched out Jordan Poole at a Golden State Warriors practice a few days ago.
Yeah. This is also very true. That happened.
This happens all the time in sports. It's not good by any means, but it's not this uncommon thing we never hear about.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely maddening. Oh, there was another thing, but anyways. Yeah, just crazy. Couldn't believe. Yeah. John Madden. Don't listen to him.
No. He's a nut. He's
anybody from this era of WCW that we're getting to, it's all their opinions are null and void.
Right. And he's not a great commentator. Let's be honest.
Oh no, he's real bad. Real bad.
So there is that to contend with as well.
Okay. That does it for I didn't mention this. We are recording this Nitro basically on Columbus Day. And the Nitro we just recorded was on Columbus Day. So we actually got a rare. We're watching the thing at the same time.
Yeah, man. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. So that does it. Good Nitro. At least for us recounting it. That will do it for this podcast. Thanks for joining. See you next time, everybody.
Bye-bye.